Everybody, we ready now? Shall we please put our cell phones on silent and be ready? Thank you.
Good morning, Mrs. Kakan.
Good morning, Chairperson and the Commissioners.
Good morning. Please place yourselves on record so we can hear your names.
Thanks, Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Sibusiso Nkosi. I'm from Nkosi SP Inc. I'm acting on behalf of Mr. Malachi, the witness for today.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ms. Reski. My initials are MM, and I'm counsel for Mr. Malachi.
Also, you will be speaking to us, or who will be speaking?
He will be leading.
He will be.
Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner, maybe let me clarify that for a second. She was only engaged from yesterday, but just for the proceedings of today, I will be leading for today only.
All right.
Yes.
No.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember your rank, Mr. Malachi. You are director, eh? Direct. Good morning, Director Malachi. Yes. Last time, did we say you were excused or not really? We did. Perhaps let's take the oath again. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Your mic is off.
So help me God.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ordinarily, we'll start with the evidence of Mr. Malachi to continue. However, I've been advised by Mr. Nkosi that they intend to raise an issue about which seems to be a postponement.
My apologies.
Yes, Chair. And that discussion commenced yesterday, but I believe he is going to maybe address the Commission about that postponement.
Mr. Nkosi.
Thanks, Commissioners. Commissioners, yes, indeed. Thanks, Commissioners. Yes, indeed, we had some engagements with the gentleman leading evidence yesterday, and also with some other people involved in the Commission to assist in facilitating the process, including the instructing attorneys. Commissioners, with all due respect, we had serious predicament when we were assisting Mr. Malachi to obviously prepare for the proceedings of today. And well, I saw the email when I was trying to negotiate an agreement, at least for these proceedings of today, to adjourn, because we are quite certain that the issues that we're going to bring before this Commission are genuine and are quite substantive for us to be given an indulgence, especially serving in the best interest of Mr. Malachi and the Commission as well. So the long and short part of it, Commissioners, we are humbly seeking an indulgence for today, and we are ready to give submissions why we're requesting that indulgence.
Please do, because thus far you have not stated any grounds. Please do so.
Commissioners, after the evidence of Mr. Malachi, I think it was the 9th of April this month, we noted that, of course, there were some questions which were posed to him. And from our own observation, we noted that commissioners were quite not happy. It was our own view as we were assessing the testimony and what transpired on that day. Of course, Mr. Malachi has been given now the second chance just to give the supplement or supplementary statement, just to clear whatever that came previously. But as we were watching, Commissioner, we noted that Mr. Malachi, our client, was constantly referred to some certain bundle of documents, which we were not in possession of at the time when we were assisting him at that time. Of course, we understand the protocol.
Sorry, just to be sure of the timing, when you were assisting him at what stage exactly or when exactly?
We assisted him briefly when he appeared for the first time, but he came alone, of course. Obviously, we didn't anticipate what will transpire when he was giving testimony. But he also gave us an instruction for an advice, especially on what transpired after he gave testimony, commissioners.
Or just to make sure that taking everything one step at a time.
Correct.
You also referred to documents that you did not have at the time you assisted him. That from your last response being a reference to before he came to testify. But my understanding is that witnesses get bundles of documents before they come to testify, with a few exceptions, when certain documents, which are usually not that bulky, will be given during the testimony of the witness, or sometimes even a day or so before the witness testifies. So when you refer to documents that you did not have, what exactly are you referring to? Because it can't be the bundles that the witness would ordinarily have received before coming to testify here.
Commissioners, the documents that I'm referring to, as I was informed by Mr. Malachi, these are the documents which the commission referred to, which were in possession of the commission at the time when he was giving testimony previously. And just to make sure that I understand correctly, I wrote an email, commissioners, it was the 13th of April, where I was very clear to say, I am requesting, among other things which I've indicated in the email, I requested the commission to furnish the documents which I am talking about and which we were not in possession of. I consulted with Mr. Malachi, and it transpired, commissioners, that indeed he was not in possession. I'm specifically referring to those that he was being referred to when he was giving testimony. It was the 13th of April. Of course, Commissioner, there's quite a lot which transpired after that, because soon after I have communicated through that email, Mr. Malachi received a confirmation from this commission to say, we have allowed you to have access to your workplace, because one of the issues, and which was quite making things difficult for him to give proper answers, that he was not getting the documents that he needed from his workplace. We are all aware, commissioners, is on suspension and is currently undergoing a disciplinary process there. And I must safely indicate, commissioners, that after noting the permission that he was granted to go to his workplace, he obtained whatever documents that he could. Though he had some predicaments, and I think it's fair that I must indicate this, because when Mr. Malachi is in management, and all along he's been working through the assistance, especially when it comes to admin issues, because it's a question of throwing some emails, some of which were not specifically written by him, but from his instructions while he was still in active service at work. But I was astonished to learn that the people that are supposed to help him are being threatened to be charged. But anyway,
what we have always said to witnesses are I'm not sure if we said it to Mr. Malachi, but I would be surprised if we didn't, is that if a witness wants information from their employer and they encounter difficulties, they must seek the assistance of the evidence leaders, and that there's no way that they will not get whatever it is they are looking for.
Commissioners, I'm taking that point. It's quite valid and it's reasonable. What I'm indicating, it's within that short period of time. The 14th of April, Commissioners, was on Tuesday. And then I advised him to say, okay, much as you are having challenges, but at least you've got access.
Tuesday, the other week.
Yes, that other week. I said, in as much as you are having challenges.
And from then, or before then,
Yes.
or shortly before then,
Yes.
Mr. Malachi would have had the documents that, or at least the bulk of them, that were used during his testimony, or not?
No. From my understanding, as I consulted with him, he was not in possession of that. He only
But
saw
on the day of testifying,
No, except being referred on that time, but he never went back with the hard copies or the document of that sort. He was only, as I was informed by him, Commissioner, he was only referred to those documents and it ended to that. That's why I wrote an email after having a consultation with him to say, furnish us with those documentation. As it pleases, Commissioner.
yes, please continue.
Yes, Commissioner. So after that, in that week of the 14th, as I indicated, Commissioners, I just requested him to try as much as he can, which he tried, Commissioners. I must safely say that because he has been constantly indicating to me that as the day goes, I'm able to get some documents there and there, though I'm having
Did he seek the assistance of the evidence leaders, as I believe I would have indicated he should?
Commissioner, he did not seek the evidence. What we agree
If I'm mistaken, Director Malachi will correct me, but I would be surprised. I always say that especially to witnesses who need documents.
Commissioner,
There will be some who just say they want to supplement their statements.
Commissioners,
And just a minute.
okay, sorry.
And we grant them leave to do so. But with witnesses who require or who need documents, and especially those who are on suspension, I always say, if you encounter any difficulties, seek the assistance of the evidence leader. So I would be very surprised if I did not say the same to Director Malachi. Please continue.
Let me address that point, Commissioners. It's not that he was unable to get documents at all. It was going to be easy for him when he liaised with the people that he worked with. But it's not that he was getting zero. He was getting documents and he was indicating to me. And that's not really the main issue why we're bringing this postponement application. He managed to source some documents and which were able to assist us when we were trying to assist him anyway. What I'm trying to indicate, Commissioners, is that when the week of the 14th came to an end, the Saturday, of course we have to recollect the information and see how far we are. And Commissioners, at that time, I'm requesting the Commission to have an understanding that we don't have a subpoena by that time, though we are aware that it is imminent, it might come anytime. That week, starting on the 20th, Commissioner, I had an engagement with him. And at that time, Commissioners, we were preparing for an internal disciplinary hearing which was scheduled for Friday. Noting that we might run
Last Friday.
last Friday. The week started last week on Monday. Of course, Commissioners, these matters find us when we are attending to other prearranged matters. It's not a secret, but it's not, we always prioritize the work of this commission, noting the importance of it and the extent of which we are required to cooperate just to assist the commission in doing its work. Monday 20th, we're noting that because we haven't obtained mainly the documents that we requested and we are running out of time, we don't want to find ourselves running when the commission say come next week and give your testimony.
Can you be specific? What documents do you require or did you require?
Commissioner,
Please itemize them.
There were emails, there were some statements, though I didn't get a chance, but I was coming to that, Commissioner. If the commission can allow me to address, I'll come to that point. When we realized we don't have time, Commissioners, we were giving the effort, and I must say, Commissioners, that Mr. Malachi has been very much active, showing us that he wants to meet whatever deadline. He did not want to be caught napping. It's not that he was keeping quiet. Yes, I was a busy man, but I was, helping in as much as I can. Now, noting that we're not going to have enough time, Commissioners, I must say this. I request the city to say, we understand there's an ongoing disciplinary process, and we understand that we need to prioritize it. But remember that you have also not once, not twice, you've requested us to give you an indulgence to accommodate the activities or the directives of this commission. I can safely say that Mr. Spies, who testified in this commission, requested us in the internal disciplinary process through the representative of the city for an indulgence to postpone the disciplinary hearing in order to accommodate the proceedings of this commission. And Commissioner, we're quite, well aware that of the importance of and the agency thereof to make sure, this process is being finalized. We don't have an issue. Say it's okay, go and attend there. But now, why I'm bringing this point, Commissioner, when it is our turn to ask for the same favor so that we accommodate this commission, we don't just get an objection, it's a vehement objection to say, you're not going to see that. I take the case from the city.
Whom?
From the city, okay, I'll say through their representatives, but
all right.
It's the city. I've got proof here, Commissioner.
Was there no postponement on Friday?
There was no postponement. I made a substantive request through an email after having made a telephone call, negotiated. On Tuesday, I requested that postponement. It is rejected. I don't have an option after consult because I'm getting frustrated. We don't have time.
When is Director Malachi supposed to appear?
On Friday the 24th, Commissioners.
We are past that date now. I'm asking, when is he supposed to appear there?
In the hearing?
Yeah. When next?
It will be May. It was adjourned to May. I can check, but I think it's the second.
I don't think we need to go into any detail about that then, if that's passed. And
Commissioner, the reason why I'm raising that point is to show that we were at all time trying to negotiate for time, but we were not given that time, and then we didn't have enough time. And why I'm raising these, Commissioners, is that we had to go and give a specific attention to this internal disciplinary process, which we are being rejected to get an indulgence. Even if we made an official postponement application, they just rejected us. On Friday, Commissioners,
What's the point for our purposes? What's the point for our purposes?
The point is that we only got the subpoena on Friday after the proceedings of the internal disciplinary proceedings have adjourned this last Friday. And Commissioner, I'm sure you are all aware, it's a long weekend, but we still gave some time, 1 or 2 days during the long weekend, to prepare for the supplementary statement. We received it in the afternoon. And coincidentally, I was not feeling well, but I worked, Commissioner. I've got proof of that effect. And then over the weekend, I think we had Saturday or Monday just to assist Mr. Malachi to craft the statement. But it transpired that we still don't have that bundle which we requested on the 13th.
I think I must go back to my question. Can you please itemize the documents that you are complaining about? Please give us, because it's quite crucial. The nature of the documents is quite crucial for the determination of your request or application. Because, for example, off the top of my head, I remember that Director Malachi said he never gave any instruction to Major Piri to do anything with regard to the ad hoc appointments. Major Piri showed us emails which he interprets to mean that Director Malachi actually did give him instructions with regard to ad hoc appointments. I'm just giving that by way of example to make the point that to go through, you can't even take more than 1 minute to go through those emails.
Commissioner,
so please hear me out. Please hear me out.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you are given to responding whilst I'm talking.
My apologies.
Yes, the point I'm making there is to say specificity with regard to the nature of the documents is necessary because depending on the nature, we may be able to say from such and such a date, whatever the date you receive the documents on, you should have been able to go through those documents. You should have been able to consult with the Director Malachi on those documents. I'm just giving that one example to say less than 1 minute to read. If you give us all of them, maybe we will be able to engage you on all of them. Please itemize them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, there's a document which we received only yesterday. It's appearing on the bundle that we received from the Commissioner. It's 418-page document, which Mr. Malachi...
What's its nature?
It's the tender document, tender TMPD 2, 2015 of 2016. The main document in which the crux of the testimony of Mr. Malachi was based when he was giving testimony previously. It's here, it's in our possession. It was only given to us in the midday of Tuesday, a day before yesterday, Commissioners. And of course, when we had a quick browse on it, it was after we have already submitted the supplementary statement.
And you say it's what? 400 pages?
It's the document.
400 plus, you say?
It's got 418 pages documents, Commissioners.
And you say that's the tender document itself?
That is the tender documents, and like I said, Commissioners.
But I don't know. Of course, I'm still going to give Mr. Skakane an opportunity to respond. But I would be surprised that for purposes of Mr. Malachi's testimony, there will be a need to traverse a tender document from beginning to end. I would be very, very surprised.
Commissioners, there were questions about this tender which were at quite length posed to Mr. Malachi. And when we were doing the...
I'm making a different point.
Commissioners, yes?
Yes, surely there would have been questions relating to certain aspects of the tender.
Yes.
But my point is I would be very surprised if the tender document itself, the nitty-gritty of the tender document itself will be dealt with from page 1 to page 418.
Well,
But as I say, we'll hear what Mrs. Kakane says as to the purpose. I'm looking at your face. You.
Well, Commissioner, I must say I'm very stressed. I'm getting stressed.
Yes, you do look
It's a common
stressed.
practice
Yes.
that if there's a quite voluminous document which is presented, you need to look into the documents.
Okay.
This allegation.
All right. Let's go to the next one.
Okay.
That's the first one. Yeah.
Yes, and then now there is also the other paginated document, again, which was submitted late. It's 122 pages. It talks about the statements of Rivers Peace. It talks about the statement of Sean Boles. There are also transcripts that are involved,
Just one at a time. So a 122-page document talking
Yes.
about Spies and Paul Hayes'.
Yes.
Their testimony.
Yes, their statement, the testimony, the transcript. There's also a copy of the CDR. And commissioners, I must say, we never got a chance to have a...
The last thing you said, is that a separate document which we must...
Yes, it's a separate document.
Can you please articulate it again?
Okay, can I start from the beginning,
No,
commissioners?
we've got the others.
There's copy of the CDR trying to
The
contact...
tender, the 418-page tender document.
Yes.
Was the third document you mentioned, the CDR Tshwane
Contact analysis, yes.
Okay.
There's also contact summary.
Just, please.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Contract analysis. And, okay, that's number 3. Number 4?
Number 4, well, it's not really much. It's going to be contact summary plus cell phone number index. It's not really much, 2 pages for that. But yes, but in essence, the document has got 122 pages. Commissioners, in the...
What else?
In the early hours of... I think it was, I'm quickly browsing to that email. Commissioners, just a second. There's an email which I received from Diale Mukhashwa attorneys this morning. It was almost 12 o'clock, but I saw it in the early hours of the morning, where they were addressing the same point which we are addressing now, the issue of the outstanding documents. But what is very surprising...
So a response.
A response to the instructing attorneys. Now, there's a paragraph which is also upsetting us, because in that email, after having addressed our concerns and they responded, they are saying kindly we hereby provide the link containing additional documents, and they give us the link. And we saw this email in the early hours of the morning. I can even safely say, commissioners, we have not even been able to look into what is being attached in the email which they sent at 23:52 yesterday, just before 12 o'clock. That serves as another indication, commissioners, that we are not prepared, because if there are some other documents that are still going to be produced at the last hour, when we should have already prepared and finalized our preparations for these proceedings, it becomes a problem. And commissioners, the fact that it's a link, because I tried to download this document, I was just struggling, but anyway, I had to prepare to come to this commission as well. It shows that the document might be quite voluminous as well. We haven't read, and I believe they wouldn't have just sent us the document if there was no purpose in sending it to us. Of course, commissioners, I think it will be fair for Mr. Malach to be afforded that opportunity to look into what has been sent through there. And Commissioner, another quite aspect which I need to indicate while I'm on that. In total, these documents are just over 600 pages, excluding these ones which have been sent this morning. And we saw the need, through the instruction of Mr. Malachi, of course, because there was quite a number of things to do, to engage the council, to say, let's get the second opinion on how we can fast track this issue going forward, which is why the council accompanied me today, and we formed the legal team for Mr. Malachi, just to fast track the process and make things easy. She's still gonna go through the documents and see what is happening and give the inputs. In fact, commissioners, I can safely say that the statement which was submitted on Monday, it was not to our satisfaction, and even for the satisfaction of Mr. Malachi. We were under extreme pressure. But of course, commissioners, we understood Mr. Malachi's concern, because he did not want to find himself on the wrong side of the Commission's directive, even though it transpired that we are not ready to submit the statement. But he just insisted, and we understood his frustration, of course, to say, at least because we've got something to submit, let's do that to respect and comply with the directive of the Commission, even though the subpoena and the directive was given right towards the close of business on Friday when it was a long weekend and so on. But at least let's submit something to make it a point that we submit, Commissioner. And Commissioner, honestly, really, we are not prepared, and Mr. Malachi is also not prepared. And I don't think the Commission will suffer prejudice. We're just asking a reasonable time. We're going to bend ourselves, Commissioners, to make it a point that we come back with a very well-informed statement, fully prepared, and make it a point that we give the information that is required. And Commissioners, this is to the benefit of the Commission as well, because we might have very valid inputs which we are not aware at this stage, which will assist the commissioners in, making its correct finding and making the work of the Commission to be quite easy, Commissioner. So, based on that, Commissioners, I can add, I see my council is also taking some notes, but it's a humble request, Commissioners. We are not prepared. I mean, we are humbly requesting to be afforded an opportunity. We will come back within reasonable time, we promise. We're going to try our utmost best to make it a point that we come back ready. We understand it's the testimony of Malachi, but he definitely needs to be advised. We've got all the documentation as we speak now, and I'm sure it will be quite easier going forward to help him have a final and a full preparation properly, so that he gives a very informed evidence before this Commission. Those are my submissions for now. Otherwise, I will address the commissioners at a later stage if it's necessary.
On a light note, there has been somewhat of a refrain that you grudgingly had to work over a long weekend. I was a practitioner once, and for many years, those are the hazards of legal practice. I also had to work over weekends, work into the early hours of the morning, 3 a.m. during the week, and hazards of the profession. So you should not be grudging over that.
Commissioner, I'm in full agreement with that. Of course, I'll have to mention it in passing. It's not a normal day. I'm not well. I'm from the doctor. I'm on medication and all those things.
No, I heard you. Yes. I heard you, and as I say,
it's yes.
On a light note. Yes, Mrs. Kakanen.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, that two things. One is that I only engaged Mr. Nkosi this morning about the issue of the postponement. Mr. Malachi appeared last, and his appearance is not a new appearance. It was on pointed questions, which I think with the evidence it will be clear that what is being requested are not issues that would help or supplement the answer there too. But in any event, the issue of the bundle that was given to him, it was given on the 28th, which was the Tuesday. The bundle that was used in his last testimony. Then in respect of the documents, the additional documents, I'll itemize what they are briefly, which was communicated yesterday with Mr. Nkosi by the attorneys. It was essentially the additional transcripts, and those additional transcripts are in the majority his testimony.
Whose testimony?
Mr. Malachi's testimony, extracts of Mr. Piri's testimony, and even there, I'm relying on a very narrow point, and that narrow point is on the issue of the instructions that there is some dispute about having been given to Mr. Malachi. Given by Mr. Malachi. I beg your indulgence. So it's a very narrow point, and then the other issues of documents that my learned friend says they were provided late, for example, the 400 and odd pages with the tender document.
So transcripts is only to Mr. Malachi's and Mr. Piri's?
And Mr. Mnisi.
Mr. Mnisi.
Mr. Mnisi.
And on Mr. Mnisi, what?
It's again a very narrow point.
Which is what?
The point is about the probity report that was that in relation to tender 3, TMPD 3.
A lot was said, especially by Mr. Mnisi, on the probity report. So does what you want to cover relate to all of that, or does it relate to something that's within a narrow ambit?
It's two very narrow points, and maybe one of them will dispose the other. So it's just the issue of Mr. Malachi's presence in a PEC meeting. If he indicates that he was not present, then it disposes of the follow-up questions. That's just on that point. And then the other issue, and again, it was just on his view about the cancellation of that tender, but nothing really turns on it. Then the tender document that is being relied on, it's documents that were part of the initial bundle. So the reference to the tender documents, these are the documents that were already provided on the 20. Yes, that's what Mr. Malachi testified on. And in any event, I do not intend to probe him on them any further that much. So essentially,
are you effectively saying you will not be dealing with the tender document
in great detail? I don't want to take that right away, but in great detail, if, for example, there's a dispute about it.
A difficulty I see, if you say not in great detail, is where in that document must Director Malachi and his attorneys focus for their paper? Are you able to zoom in on any particular section of the document or part of the document?
It largely depends on the, well, it's more so about the court order, the appointment of the, that's one of the focus areas that I have, the appointment of the 22 contractors by a court, but even then it's just another point.
Is that in the tender document itself?
Yes,
is that not, or is it not extraneous to the to the tender document? I would have imagined it's extraneous to the tender document.
Yes,
So if your focus is the award through
the court process,
through the court order, that would be something else or something outside of the tender document. So perhaps you then have to direct your colleagues' attention to that part specifically.
Indeed, Chair.
Yeah, I hope I'm making sense.
Yes, Chair. It does. In fact, it would then take away the reliance.
The reliance to,
as I
or
said,
rather, the complaint about a 418-page tender document.
What the point I was trying to make, Chair, is that this is this file containing not just the tender document. It's various documents which Mr. Malachi has testified on. It's the tender documents, the declarations. We've got the correspondence of 12 March, which he's already testified on. The termination of ad hoc, the letter, that is the letter by Mr. Spies, by Commissioner Spies. And that's essentially what I'm relying on. But he has had sight of those documents even prior
before.
and has testified on it. It's just a matter of rehashing in linking to what his supplementary statement says. So it's nothing really new on that.
Then, aren't there new documents? If there are, can you please identify them and deal with them?
Thank you.
In terms of why, if at all, there isn't going to be prejudice to Director Malachi if we do not postpone.
Sure. The additional document is I think I've addressed it, which is the probity report. I wanted to point him to the BAC, the cancellation of the tender that was Mr. Mnisi relied on. And then it was on the correspondence between Kobus and and the city about the late payments, which in a sense he has already identified. It may not be an issue that I need to recanvass as well. And then it's the statement of Mr. Piri and the annexures that have to deal with the emails, those emails to him. And Mr. Piri testified, and I would presume that.
Is the focus not going to be on the
instruction.
emails?
It's on the instruction.
Less about the statement
Finance.
itself,
No,
but
no.
more the emails themselves, on which Mr. Piri relies in making the point that I was instructed by Director Malachi.
That's the relevance of Mr. Piri's reference. I mean, the statement. The other issues canvassed. The reason also I tend to include the entire statement is that I'm not accused of sort of pulling a page. It's just a matter of a context, to provide context.
And the 1152 documents of last night, what exactly are those? 11:52 p.m. Yeah.
PM.
That close to midnight, and which include a link that Mr. Nkosi could not download.
It's
What are
essentially,
those?
it would appear when I look at it, these documents that I'm referring to, so that I've come to learn about them.
Can you explain why they were given to the other side at 11:52 last night?
Chair, I have some sort of difficulty myself, but it seems that there was some process to redact some of the documents that I advised that was engaged on, but that's as far as I can take the.
Can you again? You say the 1152 documents are part of what you had already referred to just before I specifically referred to documents served at 1152. Can you just focus on the documents served at 1152? What exactly are they? Are you going to be relying on them at all? Are you in a position to forego reliance on them at all? What's their nature, and how crucial are they for today's proceedings?
Chair, the one document that is crucial is the probity report, which is essentially, even there, I'm relying on a page of it.
I thought that was sent on Tuesday.
No. Yes, it was sent last
night at 11:52. You say you're going to rely on one page.
Just on one page.
What does that page deal with?
It relates to the sitting of Mr. Malachi and his submission of his score sheets in a tender process.
Submission or lack of it?
Or lack of it.
Because I'm saying or lack of it because was it Mr. Mnisi? Mr. Mnisi, who said that Director Malachi had not submitted his score sheets even though he was part of the BEC. Am I correct? Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so essentially,
So you say that's one page.
that's one page. Essentially, if his answer,
Oh, is that part of the document that was sent in the form of a link?
yes,
So in the link that could not be downloaded by Mr. Nkosi, you'll be using only one page.
it's the annexures, but essentially it's the annexures to Mr. Piri.
Sorry. You referred, or rather you said that there's a document from which you are going to be relying on only one page.
Yes, that's
Which
the probity-
document is that?
It's the probity report.
Is the probity report?
Correct, which is, and then, and then the emails from Mr. Malachi to Mr. Piri, which were annexed.
That's part of 1152.
Yes,
Part
it's-
of 11. But the probity report, you say you'll be relying on
Just a page, in fact.
just the one
couple of
pager.
questions. One answer to my question will then not invite follow-up questions. But essentially it turns on one issue.
But of course, you never know what my co-commissioners may require.
Yeah. So,
Which,
yeah.
which may also turn on what Mr. Malachi says.
May I propose this, Chair, to be constructive, and also not to be fair to my learned friend. Perhaps I may join him in the indulgence seeking of requesting maybe 30 minutes to peruse through these documents and see what it is that is a problem for him.
Yeah, I don't think that minutes will be enough. If we are inclined to go that route, because Mr. Nkosi and Council will not only want to go through, want to go through the documents, but at the same time also consult with Director Malachi on them. So I don't think 30 minutes will be enough if we choose to go that route. Just a minute. Mr. Skakane, you did not come to a point where you said you were done. We were just discussing the issue you raised or the possibility you raised. We are still going to hear Mr. Nkosi, but for not more than 3 minutes, please. Yes, Mr. Skakane.
Chair, thank you. It was truly, I think we were engaged about the adequacy of the time if we were to postpone. I mean, if we were to stand down, if we were to...
Leave that to us if we do go there. Yeah.
If we have to
please
go
leave that to us.
In any event...
We are still going to hear Mr.
Yes,
Nkosi
in any event,
on the issue.
My question, I would seriously be opposed to postponement. I think in any event, his statement, Mr. Malachi's statement and the annexures I would be able to go through them. And at least for the first part of the day, and then either at lunch, they can then see whether there's anything else.
I was hoping we would be done by lunch, but anyway, anything else, Mrs. Kakan?
We may be done even. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Kakane, in your explanation of the documents, I had Mr. Nkosi refer to a 122-page document with about Spies and Bolhays, and then he said something about a CDR, Tshwane contract analysis, if I'm not mistaken. Have you dealt with that? Is that all in the link? Is that documents given previously? Is it new documents and new as in Tuesday or last night?
So, two points on that one. One is, those are the documents that were provided to Mr. Malachi when he was testifying.
He's had them previously, from the previous appearance. Okay.
And then they were, in any event, provided by a link on Tuesday at around 3.
But you say when he testified previously, he had been provided with those
yes,
documents
it was a
already.
statement about the authority of Inspector Piri as he was then.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll be generous. Instead of the 3 minutes I indicated earlier, I'll give you 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, just to start with, while my learned friend was giving submissions to the commissions regarding our application, I managed to download what has been given to us yesterday at night before 12. Commissioner, there's quite important documents that are there. I'm sure you'll recall, commissioners, that especially these transcripts of Mr. Piri, a person who is working directly with Mr. Malachi. I don't even want to comment on the issue of 1 page. Commissioners, evidence control itself, we've seen it happening for quite some time. Questions come up as and when the testimony is being given. So for my friend to say on that document which was provided on the last hour that I'm going to use 1 page, I mean, practically part of it is just impossible. The fact remains...
On transcripts, I think you and Director Malachi should actually consider yourselves fortunate that you were furnished with the transcripts of the testimony of other witnesses. We have countless times here confronted witnesses with what was said by other witnesses on issues that we think of as the witness is testifying, and we will say, but witness ABCD said this and this on this issue. What do you say about that? So I don't think it was even strictly necessary for you to get that transcript.
Commissioners, it's not only the transcript, and it's quite clear that I'm just giving an abrupt response based on what I see now in a minute or two. Fairness dictates that I should be afforded an opportunity. I hear my colleague talks of 30 minutes. That's quite impractical, commissioners. We will have to read into these documents If one were to make just a
But the transcripts, I believe you had the transcripts from Tuesday already, or not?
no, Commissioner, that's not correct. The transcripts are the documents that were submitted through in a form of a link at 11:52. Yesterday, just before 12 noon, the very same documents that I'm saying I struggled to download because at the same time I was preparing to come here.
But if I understand Mr. Skakane correctly, if we, for example, look at Mr. Mnisi's transcript, he says all that he's going to be dealing with in that regard is what relates to the lack of scoring, if that is true, by Director Malachi when he sat on the BEC. So he sat there, but he did not do any scoring. That's the allegation. So that's something within a narrow ambit, and Mr. Skakane could direct you to that part of the testimony. So that's something within a very narrow ambit. And then regarding, what's the other issue? Major Piri. Regarding his testimony, there again is something within a very narrow ambit, and it relates to whether Director Malachi did give Major Piri an instruction with regard to ad hoc postings. And he says the major focus there is going to be on emails and email trail. And I said to you earlier that you can read those emails within in less than a minute. So there again is something that's within a very narrow ambit. That's how I understand Mr. Skakane.
Commissioners.
So on both issues, I think it can actually even assist and direct you exactly where you should look on those transcripts. Anything else?
Commissioner, it's quite common that much as my learned friend is saying is going to use, it's his case. I want to read the whole document. I want to get the gist of what is being given there.
As I said to you, you are very fortunate that you got the transcripts anyway. Ordinarily, witnesses are confronted with what other witnesses said without any transcript having been given to those witnesses.
Commissioner, on those documents, there's even a bundle, statement of bundle, annexures that were submitted by Piri, and it has been a common...
The 5 minutes is up. Should I give
just
you
the
what?
last one, Commissioner.
Yes,
it has
please.
been common point that Mr. Piri has been working with Mr. Malachi quite a number of times. There's quite voluminous bundles that are talking about that information, and information which we have not even perused at this stage or not. It's just not doable, Commissioners, that we can just have 30 minutes, an hour or so to look into
Can that be addressed by filing a supplementary affidavit that you may be minded to file based on what will be traversed with Director Malachi?
Our main aim was to replace that supplementary after having gone through what we're looking for in this quite a number of documents that were sent to us, and file this supplementary statement afresh. And in that way we would have
I'm talking about a supplementary affidavit that will be addressing whatever you may feel was not sufficiently addressed as Director Piri is testifying. That's the supplementary I'm talking about.
I'm noting that, Commissioners, but the fact remains he would have testified by that time. He would have not been got a chance to get a proper advice after we have gone through what the evidence leaders are going to use in this matter. That's all I'm asking.
Mrs. Nkosi, these are not court proceedings. So you should not necessarily expect what you would ordinarily get in a court process. We try as far as possible to be fair to witnesses or to witnesses. And my feeling, our feeling, is that whatever unfairness may be visited upon Director Piri will, in my view, be sufficiently addressed by whatever you may say by way of a supplement, depending on what will come out during his testimony. Also, you have the right to re-examine, but I know you will say I will not be able to re-examine sufficiently if I have not read the documents at leisure and according to the sort of comfort that that is you, would have wanted.
100%.
So but I still say, you do have the right to re-examine, and maybe by the time that comes, there is the opportunity to re-examine, you will have had a bit of time to rush through the documents. But the main point is that you will have an opportunity to prepare a supplementary affidavit with Director Malachi and address whatever shortcomings you feel there may be during his testimony.
Commissioner, I've noted.
I think we should close the debate now.
Yeah, just
We
the last
cannot-
point.
we
I
cannot
noted
go
that,
on and
Commissioner,
on.
but
Yes.
correctly as you are saying, there won't be sufficient time, even if I were to be afforded that re-examination. Why don't we shorten this process and avoid even giving further documents or supplementary statement and come at once when everything, there won't be any complaints. But those are my submissions, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I
Thank
don't
you very
intend to
much.
spend more time
You
on
see,
that. I'm going to
you've-
respect the decision of the Commissioner.
You've taken up about a minute of your time. I wanted to give you an hour to look at the documents.
As it is.
May we adjourn and resume? Just a minute. The application for a postponement is refused. Director Malachi is afforded an opportunity to go through whatever documents he wishes to between now and 11:30. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
Testing 1 2 1 2 testing.
Okay. Oh, I'm sure we've been sending each other. Oh, how are you?
Testing 1 2 1 2 testing.
Yes.
Shall we? Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you, Chair. We're indebted to your indulgence. Perhaps I think we've given my learned friend an opportunity, and we've pointed him to the documents that he should have consideration to. So I don't think there would be anything preventing us from commencing.
Yeah, I think the direction was that we are commencing now. Yeah, if I give Mr. Nkosi an opportunity to say something, he just might say he's not ready. and I'm not ready for that. May we start?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning again, Mr. Director Malachi.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you. And when we adjourned last time, you were provided with questions that the Commission sought answers from, and also you had indicated that you needed some documents from your employer, correct?
Correct.
And you've provided a statement, and I would presume you would have obtained documents from your employer, which now support the statement.
Yes, some I did. Yes.
Thank you. Before you, you should have 5 files, but primarily for our purposes, we're going to start with file 1, which is divided into 2 inside. Thank you, Chair. And as I said earlier, at the top is your supplementary statement.
Thank you.
Correct? That starts at page 1. You confirm that?
Confirm.
Then if we go to the end of that statement, at page 4, you have signed it before a commissioner of oaths, correct? Page 4 of that statement.
Page 4. No, Commissioner, I think I'm going through a wrong statement here, because on page 4 there is no way I've. Can
Maybe
somebody assist
refer
me
him
with
to the
that?
folder. It's under folder 7.
It's folder 7.
Yeah.
I'll just ask them to assist. It's page 4. Are we there? Commissioners, did you manage to locate the statement? Thank you. Do you confirm that that's your statement that you signed before Commissioner of Votes? At page 4.
On page 4, it's not my statement, it's an annexure, TP1. I need a file with my statement so that I confirm. Okay, nice. Correct, it's my signature.
Correct, that's your statement. Thank you. And you've provided various annexures from ST1 up to ST12, correct? Those are your documents.
Yes, I confirm.
Thank you. Can you then go back to page 1 of your statement so that we go through it? As I said, from the last time we adjourned, there were questions that needed to be addressed, and essentially that's what we're going to go through, and your answers, and then test them where necessary. And then I just want us to also be mindful of the answers we provided in the initial testimony. I don't need to rehash them, but I will remind you where necessary. Can we then go to paragraph 4 of your statement? From there, can you then start reading it out, and then we'll deal with questions thereafter.
Paragraph 4 of my statement, Commissioner, it reads as follows. I have noted questions from the Commission and wish to respond thereto as follows. Emails and communications detailing executive discussions regarding outstanding invoice for GOBIS and other ad hoc security services. 5, I have attached emails marked annexures ST1, ST2, ST3, and ST4 respectively.
Perhaps, Mr. it would be helpful to point us to the emails you seek to rely on for your answer and what you are answering to.
Right. I think ST1 annexure. On ST1 annexure, this there is a trail of emails. There is a trail of emails. The first one being from Riverspace on Wednesday, the 25th of June, 2025 at 14:07 to my PA, to myself, and he copied other colleagues. Mr. Madlanga.
Sorry, Director. Is the first one not the one right at the end, or rather, directors, or rather refer to a page number?
Okay.
At what page is the first one?
The first one is on page 1, just after.
Perhaps, if I may assist you, so in essence, is the chair is saying an organization of emails goes backwards. So your first email
The
starts
first
at the
email
end.
is usually the one right at the end, and you read them by going up. And the first one, in terms of the pages, will actually be the last email.
Oh, okay. Noted, Commissioner.
Am I making sense?
Yeah, I think Commissioner.
Maybe with these ones, because they are not in that order. On page 1, it's the April emails. But when you go to the end on page 17, you'll see that is the May emails. And then in between, there's the June emails. So they're not in the normal order that we often see emails. Maybe you can direct us to page numbers and which ones you are referring to.
Okay. All right.
Yes, certainly as well, Mr. Commissioner, and it's different individuals in those emails, so it's different. But
The director must please
take
direct
us
us
through,
there.
yes.
Please take us to the one you want to take us to.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think on page 2, I want.
The one from Deputy Chief River Space to Winnie B. Madlanga, and yourself.
Okay.
Copy it to other people.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
On this one, Commissioner, Mr. Riverspeace was talking to my office about, I'm reading the subject, budget and fund transfer for watchman services, in brackets, 91 million. Please provide evidence of how this was instructed or decided upon, who from energy or water services requested this email. It was in June the 25th, and my office through Winnie B. Madlanga, the same June 25th, and we copied my team members there. Please find attached document on behalf of Director, on behalf of Ed Chukuripi Malachi.
Director Malachi, can I just point out something relating to this? If you look at the date stamps starting from page 2 and then ending at the bottom of page 4, you will see that the earliest email on that day starts at page 4.
Page 4.
So if you just go to page 4.
I'm on page 4, Commissioner.
All right, look at the bottom that says, the email that says from COO. You see that?
I see it, yes.
And then it's addressed to quite a number of people. The time is 7:54 in the morning. I think that's the point that Commissioner Khumalo was trying to address you to.
Okay.
And then, so that's 7:54 on the same day, on that day. And then if you go to the email on top in the same page,
Okay.
it's at 8 o'clock, 8:01.
I can see that one.
And then you are addressed in that one. You see that? And then if you go to page 3, that's now your email on the same day at 12:29. So the order is from page 4, and then you come to page 3, and then you come to page 2. So the one that you started with from River Speed seems to be the last in this sequence of emails.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner. I think River Peace addressed this email to my office, and it was about the budget and fund transfer for watchman services in bracket 91 million. He indicated, please provide proof where ad hoc watch services have been deployed since 2024 and January 2025. Right.
Can I just ask a question arising from that? So in this email from Deputy Commissioner Spies, he says, in the last paragraph, he says, see here under email communications, where it is now disputed that ad hoc services were requested. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, in the email below that one, on that same day, it's from the COO, and it's written to COP. I think COP is Chief of Police.
Correct.
Someone says, I'm not aware of any prior agreement that the CO cluster would finance this. Are you able to comment what this is all about? It continues to the next page, maybe, if you want to look at it.
Okay. My comment, Commissioner, with regard to this trail of emails is simple and straight to the point. It is clear based on these emails that at some point after a complaint was lodged with the office of the CFO, right, there were executive meetings arranged and held, right? These executive meetings included Office of the Chief of Police, the COO, the CFO, and others, if we could go through. So, in most of these executive meetings, myself as Director Malachi was not involved to participate. I became, and it is evident that these meetings were mainly discussing about budget and funds to enable the city pay outstanding invoices to the tune of 91 million rand, which I believe was also including ad hoc services which were instructed by the department in question, the Department of Water and Sanitation. So when I went through all of these emails, I came to the conclusion, Commissioner, that at the executive level, right, discussions went on. The Chief of Police was participating in those discussions. Mr. Rivers Peace, Mr. Boles is part of the executive. Deputy Chief Madlanga, part of the executive. The CFO, and the COO, and other representatives from the Department of Water and Sanitation. These senior officials in the city met to find ways and means through which they could get money to pay for these invoices, which include invoices for GUBIS 85 in respect of services that they carried out as a result of instructions from the department in question. So, what is worrying me in particular is the fact that whilst I was not participating in those processes, right, at the end of the day, it looks like, or it seems, everybody wants to pass the buck. He wants to pass the buck to Director Malajimoro, especially the Chief of Police, Mr. Spies, and Commissioner Bolhais, right? Because, for a lack of better word, Commissioner, throughout this process until today, I've actually been asking myself a question. Can someone blow a whistle against himself or herself? This question haunted me so much, and it was based on the fact that those who were meeting to say, where are we gonna get the money to pay, right, these invoices, right, came to testify before this commission. And in their testimony, they've already created a narrative that says Director Malachi is responsible for whatever amount of money that has been paid to these ad hoc service providers, yet they knew before time. They knew before they could even come to this commission, right? They knew through the explanation and records, right, that Director Malachi was not responsible or did not instruct allocation of those sites, deployment of those service providers. But they chose to come, and they testified the way they have testified. But evidence contained in this testimony of mine today, right, I hope when I finish testifying, this commission would be informed about actually what happened, how it happened, who was involved, and so forth and so on. I also want to take this opportunity, Commissioner, and say, without referring, maybe the evidence leader will assist me in terms of the annexes there. I've annexed proof of requests by the Chief of Police in respect of which requests she was supported by the CFO and the city manager approves. Now, the question is, if indeed these ad hoc services were irregular, why would they go as far as requesting money to pay for something that they know upfront this is irregular? You know, I find it very difficult, but I'm saying to the Commission, please help me understand this. Because from where I am sitting, if I am aware that this is wrong, I wouldn't go as far as requesting money, getting money, making sure that this thing that I consider irregular gets paid, only to come afterwards and say there were irregular services rendered, and as such, I'm blowing a whistle. So I feel there could be a reason other than the irregularity of this thing, something that I believe will come out as my testimony goes forward. But the long and short under this specific, what you call is, can I blow a whistle against my own self, come and present evidence, that which, from the look of things, I am also complicit? Because the witnesses that came here are the ones in terms of this trail of emails, right? Who were meeting, discussing, weighing options, where can how much be found to pay for these services, right? Why would they go up to that extent? So it's a question that I think has bothered me for a while. Hence, I decided, as part of my testimony, I want it on record to be there. I still do not understand, because they requested the money. Commissioner, for the sake of time, let me not repeat myself and proceed with the testimony.
Mr. Malachi, can I just, you still want to proceed? I just wanted to take through the analysis of these emails so that we get over with them.
Okay.
Yeah, would that be fine? Just to develop from what you are saying.
Thanks very much.
Now, can I just take you, if you go to page 16, for example.
Page
and
16
of the same page, of those emails. And you've pointed out, obviously, that these were discussions. This is an email from Sean Boles.
Yes.
Last time you said you report to him.
Exactly.
And the message, the email is to COO, CFO, amongst us, Chief of Police. The date is 29 May 2025, 2:13 p.m.
Yes.
And what we see there is I think, as you said, it's part of some sort of effort to request funding or additional funding, and specifically for ad hoc services.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Yes.
And would you agree at the amount, just what is stated? I'm just trying to check whether you would have any difficulty. That what they say, that is your boss, says the amounts of ad hoc services are as follows: January to June 2025. The amount for January, I think that's one of the things we're going to go back to, is an amount of 14 million.
Yes.
Or 29. Will that be what you would recall to be what would be for January?
Yes, I can.
And then for the following 5 months period, it's a total of 82,622,210 rands for February to June.
I can see that one.
Correct? And obviously there is an email prior to that to Umash, but what you were pointing us to is that your email, the one you received from Mr. Commissioner Spies, and as Commissioner Baloyi was pointing out, was that it was giving you a sense of ad hoc services, the amounts involved, and for you to explain,
Yes.
for example, how were these ad hoc services procured? Would you agree that's the essence of it all?
Commissioner, if my memory serves me well, in my last testimony, I was on record to say when these specific ad hoc services were procured, my office was not made aware up until it reached a point where, I'm talking specifically to Kubis 85 solutions, until it reached a point where they complained to the effect that they've been rendering these services and they were not paid, right? And fine. That was brought to the attention of the office of the CFO. It was brought to the to the attention of my office, complaining. But being specific to the question, how were they procured? This, I am saying, I want to put it on record that.
Sorry, maybe what I was just showing you, the evidence, was that the concern was then directed at you in reference to the quantity as to how were these procured, the ad hoc services. And I think that's where the other debate will come to it. Correct. So the next question I would pose while we are there, did you provide justification or proof as Commissioner Spies said or requested from you as of June 2025?
Commissioner, in response to Spies, I did provide a response, and my response was very short. We even attached to my response a list to say, for example, Kubis 85 solutions, the department that requested services was the Department of Water and Sanitation. I went further on the same summarized thing. I went further to say for Klepgat ad hoc services, the department is wastewater treatment plant. I believe it's also part of the Department of Water and Sanitation. There was the third one.
So why don't you take us to the actual response?
Commissioner, I'm not sure if we were able to annex them here, but I'm responding, I'm vividly remembering what I said to the Commissioner.
I just want to relate your response to evidence that we have heard. For example, Major Piri said that he was required to not to deploy. I think the Kubis 85 was already on site, and this is on the 31st of December 2024. And he was not prepared to cooperate, and he actually said Kubis 85 should get off site. And from that point onwards, there was then an engagement between you and other people as well. The engagement being made by someone who I think is an engineer within water and sanitation. I've forgotten the name now. Yes. But an engagement that culminates in you saying that Major Phiri should run with the process. Something that Major Phiri interprets to mean that you actually gave him an instruction to deploy. So if you agree that that is how everything unfolded, I want you to relate what you are saying to those facts, unless you have a different version of facts altogether. Because now as you are speaking, I have this version in my mind and I don't know what to do with it in the face of what you are saying now. Am I making sense?
You are making sense, Commissioner.
Yes, yes.
I need my learned friend to assist me. I want to talk specifically to that issue. There is an annexure that I've attached. This annexure, it's what we called standing operating procedure
So
in respect.
Just to assist you with that, it's ST5 at page 34.
Page TS?
ST5
ST5.
at page 34. And I think there's a paragraph in your supplementary statement to which refers to this.
Thanks, that's page 34. Commissioner, I wanted to put it on record today that ad hoc services in the city of Tshwane, since the 23rd of January 2023, have been and are continuing to be managed subject to this correspondence as evidence. So, any ad hoc service that has been undertaken out of the spirit of this, right, would not be having been undertaken outside of what the city has instructed all departments within the city to comply with. And this gives support to my previous testimony and will continue to give support to my ongoing testimony that the Kubis 85 ad hoc solutions, ad hoc services, were procured outside the spirit of this instruction or this directive. And Director Malachi and his office, Director Malachi was not involved when those, otherwise I would have made it a point that at inception, the department in question complies with all these bullet points, right? I would have made sure that the department avails budget for which they are going to be servicing these ad hoc services. I would have made sure that there is a period for which those services, right, are going to be running. But because this instruction was not complied with, right? It wouldn't be fair of me to say I knew, I did not know. I only became aware when there were these complaints. Whilst on this instruction, I want to say to the Commission, this instruction does not delegate me with any power, duty, or responsibility to deal with any department within the city of Tshwane that which is found to be acting contrary to what this instruction is saying. This explanation goes back to the issue of the instruction that was given to me by Rivers Peace, cancel all ad hoc services. Since this directive does not delegate me with powers, duties, and responsibility to intervene and address the issue of non-compliance by departments, there is no way I would have cancelled something that was not ordered and or instructed by me. In actual fact, what I'm trying to say to the Commission is that when ad hoc services are requested, it is very critical. For how long is the department requesting this? Let's say they say 6 months, right? At what cost we would be having a quotation, which quotation would have been approved by the department because the department is responsible to pay for those ad hoc services. From my office, part of the responsibility, when everything has been done subject to this directive, from my office is to monitor the rendering of services, the period, the budget, and all of that. And things normally do not fall out of hands, because it reaches a point where we are able to say, department, you said you're requesting these services for 3 months. This is the last month, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did I hear part of this response to say that you could not cancel because the deployments were not done properly? Or did I mishear you? That is cancel in accordance with Deputy Chief Species instruction. You say you could not cancel because the deployments were improper. Did I hear you say that?
Yes, Commissioner, you're saying it, maybe if I'm allowed to proceed, because I've already...
I just want to hear, just on this one statement, did you say that or not?
I said it, Commissioner.
You said it?
Yes.
Would the impropriety not actually be the very reason on which you would cancel? Something went wrong here. This was an improper deployment, so let's kill it now, let's cancel. Would that not be the logical thing to do, or not?
It would be logical if we were responsible, right, for the deployment of this. Otherwise, I mean, actually, in fact, instead of Commissioner Peace instructing me to cancel this, he should have gone through this and direct.
Maybe let me ask the question differently. Had everything been done properly, would it have been within your remit to cancel?
If everything
had been done properly, but now there was a need to cancel, would it have been within your remit to cancel? Would it?
If everything was done,
would you have had the power to cancel? If the need to cancel arose,
I would have advised the department responsible, right, to cancel, because if everything was done properly, right, it wouldn't have reached a point where there is actually an issue whether they must be cancelled or not. But in this instance, right,
let me now, according to you, everything had been done improperly. Why not advise the department concerned to cancel exactly because everything had been done improperly? If you could advise when everything had been done properly, why not also advise if something had been done improperly? I want to understand your reasoning.
Okay. By the way, I made a mention of the fact that at the point when Ms. Ribos-Peace was giving me this instruction, right, this matter was receiving attention at a higher level. And the level at which Mr. Spies was sitting, right? So I looked at, my apologies, I looked at his approach and I realized, I convinced myself, I'm still convinced, he wanted to throw me under the bus. I'm saying this because...
By saying cancel.
Because...
Why would you get under the bus if someone says...
No, he wanted...
Just a minute. If according to you,
yes,
there was something wrong, why would it take you under the bus if you simply cancelled? Aren't you actually assisting your employer, the city, if you cancel something that was done improperly?
In the context of his instruction, he said, cancel all ad hoc services, right? Hence, in my earlier submission before the commission, right, before even going into the system and confirming and all of that, I said, right, it wouldn't have been possible to cancel all of them because not all of them were having the same problem.
Did you cancel any? Did you cancel any then?
At that point in time, no, I did not.
Weren't some, even according to what you've just said, weren't some done improperly?
Commissioner, let me say this.
And just answer the question directly. Were some not done improperly according to you?
I'm not aware of some that were not done properly.
You've just said not all of them had been done improperly.
Yes.
Implicit in that is that some had been done improperly. That's how I understand what you are saying.
No, maybe
now, if you say that, the implication being that there was nothing the matter with some. So my question is, why not cancel those that you had no problem with, or those that you are not saying there was any impropriety with regard to them? Why not cancel those?
The instruction, Commissioner, was cancel all. And I knew it was not all of them, it was QUBIS. And this QUBIS, I could not have it cancelled because it was not instructed by me to deploy. In actual fact, let me put the record straight. Commissioner, this instruction was
it was exactly because of this reference to who the instruction came from that right at the beginning I asked you, would it have been within your power to cancel? Would it have been within your remit to cancel?
Yes. Hence, I wanted.
So now, and I asked that exactly because you keep saying you are not the one who gave the instruction. You may not have given the instruction, but if you have the power to cancel, you could and should have cancelled, regardless of whether or not you gave the instruction. So the antecedent question is the question I asked earlier, which is, did you have the power to cancel?
I said.
Did you or did you not?
No, in this respect, I did not have the power to cancel.
You did not have the power to cancel?
Yes.
Okay. But anyway, Mr. Skakane, I think we've been derailed because I think what the focus of the testimony at this stage, if I'm not mistaken, is about the inception. Yes. The start of all this, and not the tail end, which is the cancellation. Am I mistaken?
Chair,
I may be mistaken. I may be,
okay.
But I thought we at this stage the focus. I'm not saying it was not to get here at some point,
yes,
but I thought at this stage it's about the inception or the beginning
of the. Yes, I suppose what we went through was the. We got caught up in the issue of the discussion around the quantum and what was supposed to happen. But I'll let Mr. Director Malachi to continue. Safe to just pick on one issue, maybe one question, and then I'll let him continue. Director Malachi, as I understand it, we have to deal with the evidence as we see it. And it does not appear at any point in the evidence, and the one that you've supplemented with, that you either responded directly to Commissioner Spies or anyone about the termination of ad hoc service. Would I be correct, or there is?
He said he responded, but when I asked the director to take us to the documents showing his response, he said he does not have them here.
Yes. So, however, they do exist.
Come again.
I'm saying they do exist. You did.
Yes. To the first email, right? Fund transfer, please provide address where have been developed. My memory serves me well. It is not part of this bundle, all right? We did respond to this one. Okay. In terms of where ad hocs are deployed and whatever the case may be.
Okay, that's fine. Please proceed with your statement. I'll ask my question later on. You had paragraph 5 of your statement. You were taking us through those annexes.
My statement, you said it's page 34. Oh, okay. All right. Yes, we were on paragraph 4. I think we've deliberated much on emails and communications detailing executive discussions. Number 2, email response to Nandule regarding his complaint that 13 requisitions were created without invoices. In this case, I made a follow-up with my team, and they responded to Director Nandule about these 13 requisitions, And they went as far as saying to me, in their view, they couldn't create these requisitions without attaching emails. As I wanted to know how this process works, they said they do not have a function that they use, that is used, right, to create purchase requisitions without emails. I mean, without invoices. But it is Director Nandule staff who have got that function on the subsystem. And they went further to say, when they inquired, later when they made a follow-up with Director Nandule's office, it came to light that those requisitions were eventually cancelled, right, on the system. But since I'm not familiar with the subsystem and not, I relied much on what they are telling me, and I think they even said it is possible for the Commission to verify that, maybe by going back to Director Nandulis and find out exactly the status quo as it stands right now. But further than that, I personally found it very difficult to talk to this, but the long and short of it is that my department responded to Director Nandule with an email in which they were talking to their language. I'm not conversant with their administrative language in that space, and these things are, of course, functions that are, as we speak currently, performed within the environment of Director Nandule. So I'm not hands-on when it comes to that, but from my office, right, I must put it on record before the Commission that invoices are submitted for further handling, of which further handling would include creation of purchase requisitions and POs going forward. But let me stop at that. I think I've explained based on information.
Director Malachi, we know even from the 2024 invoices that at some point on the 26th of February 2025, those invoices came to you and you stamped and signed them. And that was around the time when there was a dispute about non-payment of Gubis's 2024 invoices. So we do know from the evidence before us that at least on the 26th of February 2025, those disputed invoices came to you and you signed them.
Commissioner, if they came to me and I signed them, right, I don't think I signed them to close the query, right? By then, I'm not sure if that query was already in place. By the way, the Commissioner must please understand that part of my responsibility, right, is to make sure that as and when invoices are submitted, right, I do what I'm supposed to do, and I process them further to be handled at a later stage. So if those specific invoices, right, were brought to my office, right, and I've signed them, right, I want it to be on record, right. I did not sign them because I was closing any query, right. I was not aware, right, that there was these invoices that the Director Nandile has got an issue with.
Are you saying you just signed without verifying whether these services were properly procured with this explanation?
No, we're not. I'm not saying that, Commissioner. Every invoice that gets submitted to my office, right, we verify. And part of verification includes we want to make sure that sites allocated, sites for which the invoice is talking to, right, are sites that are allocated to the company, right? It's the risk mitigation process, because if I was just to sign, any service provider would take advantage that he has got a contract with the city and he can put even sites that are not part of his or her allocation for me to sign. So we verify before we submit.
I will ask the evidence leaders to put it up while you continue with your testimony. We may come back to it. It's on page 144 of file 3 of that Umashi Dlamini. Remember that Gubis invoice that was shared between Dlamini and Nkosi, and it has Director Malachi's signature and a stamp on the 26th of February 2025. So if it is available nearby, they can put it up on the screen. But for now, if Commissioner Balwa is finished with her question, then you can continue with what you were dealing with.
Let me just finish off my question. If you say you verify before you sign off, would you not then have picked up, or should you not have picked up that the services were, or the deployment was done by somebody who, in your previous evidence, you said didn't have authority? We know that Piri signed deployment letters, and your testimony previously was you never, firstly you said he's junior, he doesn't have the authority to do that, and you never gave him that authority. Your verification of invoices before you approve, would you not have picked that up?
I should mention that maybe when we talk signing of invoices, let us not confuse invoices for the main contract with invoices for ad hoc services, right? Let us not. So if there are invoices for the main contract, right, verification is very easy. By the way, here we're talking about invoices in respect of sites, which sites were allocated to Kubis 85.
My question is about ad hoc services.
Okay.
That's a discussion we had with Mr. Piri, where he signed all those deployment letters, authorizing Gubis, and I think Mohaladi or somebody, and Triotic. But I'm happy to limit it to Gubis because that's the company that became the subject of much discussion. So we know that Piri signed those deployment letters. Now, if you are responsible for signing off on invoices that come in, and you can say that you didn't sign them if you did not, but if you did sign, invoices relating to those ad hoc services. My question is, would you not have picked up that in fact the person who authorized these services did not have the authority to do that?
Normally, Commissioner, this is how it works. In many instances, all ad hoc services which have been handled properly, as I explained earlier on, right? Normally, those invoices would not even end up with me having to sign. The mere fact that everything would have been done according to the book, right? At the end of the day, the service provider concerned would submit such invoices to the department concerned, not me, right? But the catch with Kubis, Mogalagadi, and Triotic, Kubis was instructed by the Department of Water and Sanitation. Mogalagadi and Triotic Services were instructed by the Office of the Chief of Police, in bracket, Mr. Police, right? That is why such invoices, right, Mogalagadi and Triotic, such invoices were supposed to be signed by me, because by virtue of the executive having instructed the deployment thereof, right, I had no, but those invoices had to be paid from my vote, the watchman services, right? Now, with the Gubis ones, right, since the matter, the matter was receiving attention from the executive, right? There was a point where a decision, if I understand the situation very well, or remember the situation very well, there was a point where the reason for them to be discussed at that level, right, was to make sure that at the end of the day, instead of having them serviced from the Department of Water and Sanitation, right, the executive would take a decision, right, get that money transferred into watchman vote account, and for those services to be paid. So, with me having signed them, after the executive has decided and got the money, right, I don't think there was anything wrong with that, because already the executive has taken a decision. Already the executive, the chief of police, has requested for the 91 million, right? The CFO supported and the city manager approved. So the money got into my vote in order to what you call the process. I mean, in order to what you call the process, yes.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Director Malachi, I think what Commissioner Male was getting at is what your answer was at your previous appearance, and your answer was to accept or concede that some of the invoices you signed without verifying that the services were rendered. That was your answer when you appeared, and you accepted that possibility, and the fact that as a result, payments would have been made on the basis of your signature. You recall that?
Yes, let me remind the Commission of what I have said. The question had something to do with, is there a possibility that some invoices could be signed without verification being done insofar as performance and what have you of services concerned. I said that is a possibility. The reason being, we have more than 500 sites, right, for which my monitoring team of less than 10 people, right, is deployed. Chances of them not covering the scope, right, might result with, come the end of the month, right, they were unable to come at site number 457, right? But it's month end, and we invoices are submitted. So that possibility is there.
So in short, you accept the correctness of what Mrs. Kakane is saying?
Yes, no. I
All right,
agree,
no.
it's fine.
That should be enough.
Yes,
Mrs.
that's enough,
Kakane.
that's enough. Chair, and I think it addressed my concern was obviously you were saying that the discussions were happening at a higher level than you were involved, but I wanted to just highlight that your level is director and you had that responsibility to ensure that services that are rendered are actually rendered. As a director, that's one of your jobs or your level of accountability.
I agree. Let me say this, Commissioner. My level as a director, all right, dictates, right, whatever you are saying about, but let the Commission not lose sight of the fact that, I've spoken at length about staffing problems. I've spoken at length, about many other shortcomings. Now, I think it is obvious that if I was treated accordingly, right, I should have participated. Somebody should have invited me to participate, right, in these executive meetings. But let me not proceed with this. But I was never invited to participate. And at the end, whatever the executive decides upon, I accept. Hence,
Mrs. Kakan, perhaps let's just do the statement all the way to the end and do the probing afterwards. Yeah, it's a very short one, only 4 pages, and yeah.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
okay.
The question after paragraph 6.
Okay. Question under paragraph 6, written response to Commissioner's piece, email letter to 12, who approved the ad hoc services? I did not immediately respond to email from Commissioner's piece. The reasons for my failure to respond immediately stated in paragraph 8 below, which are covered under response detailing your failure to immediately carry out instruction to cancel all ad hoc cuts, and the background explanation provided to Commissioner Bolehey's detailing the initiation of ad hoc deployments. Regarding my failure not to cancel all ad hoc services, I did not carry out the instruction of Commissioner Spies immediately because of the following. The instruction was wide as it included cancellation of ad hoc services which were not affected. That's reason number one. Number two, the instruction was not directed to the initiator of the ad hoc services in question. The instruction was issued without observing the content of the standing operating procedure, acquisition of additional new services dated the 23rd of January 2023. I've attached the SOP marked Annex TS5. Commissioner Spies was aware of the SOP, yet he instructed termination of ad hoc services in respect of Kubi's Triotic Protection Services and Mahalahari Security. I later complied with this instruction by drafting letters of termination for his signature. He signed these letters. I personally called the company, served them with termination letters, and I have attached one of these termination letters marked A6. Now, there is something I want to add on to this paragraph. What I want to add on to this is another reason. On the 12th of March 2025, when Commissioner Spies gave me this instruction, I want this commission to note that Commissioner Spies, I wanted this commission to note that Commissioner Spies did not have legal authority to do so. I'm saying he did not have legal authority to do so because in terms of TMPD organizational structure in place, Commissioner Spies' position was not part of the structure. And with him not being part of the structure, there is no way in terms of the law that Commissioner Spies would give Director Malachi instructions, right? Yet he is well aware that he is not part of the structure. It's like anyone who says, I was supposed to carry out instructions from Commissioner Spies would then agree with me to say, when I walk out of this commission, I can meet someone right out there and he said, I'm the deputy chief and I'm giving you instruction, go and do 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm saying in terms of the law, Commissioner Spies was not having any legal authority to do so, because legal authority in the city gets derived from approved organizational structure by council, not by individual senior managers within the city of Tshwane. By council. Approval by council gives effect to appointments and anything to do with the rendering of services within this. So he realized this. That is why when I say I later cancelled the 3, right? It was after June. There is a reason, Commissioner, why after June he came back to me to say cancel Mogalagadi, Triotic Guis, because it was only after the 4th of June that Commissioner Spies was accommodated, right, on the structure of the TMPD. And that accommodation still was not via any resolution of council. That accommodation was not via any resolution by council, which then means, in my with my knowledge, right? After the approval, the said approval, even though it was not done via a resolution of council, right? That position should have been should have been advertised in state.
Let me interrupt you because now you're talking about adverts. I just want to clarify that I understand what you're saying. At 12 March 2025, who did you report to?
In view of space, it was said, actually, he imposed himself on me because nobody, not even the chief of police.
Okay, my answer doesn't need an explanation, honestly, Director. I've asked you a simple question. Who, at the 12th of March 2025, who did you report to?
I was supposed to report to the chief of police.
Who did you report to at the 12th of March 2025? I'm not asking you who were you supposed to.
There was no...
We know there was ball haze at some point, so you were never reporting to the chief of police because on the evidence, on the testimony that we have had, ball haze, I think Deputy Commissioner, I think that's his position, ball haze was overseeing APSS. And then at some point, he stopped, and Spies, Deputy Commissioner Spies becomes responsible for that. So keep that in mind when you answer my question. On the 12th of March, 2025, who were you reporting to?
In terms of his presence, right, I reported to him, but
him being Spies.
I reported to Spies,
yes,
right, by virtue of him being there.
I've said to you, I don't want you to give an explanation about structures and the politics and who did what, did not do what. I'm asking the simple question, who was your immediate superior that you reported to at the time? And you've answered, you've said you reported to Spies.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, okay. I'm at point 11. I fully explained to Commissioner Paul Hayes the process on how ad hoc deployments work as it is contained in the city manager's SOP dated the 23rd. That's what I did. I further explained to Commissioner Paul Hayes that Gubi Solutions ad hoc services were initiated by the Department of Water and Sanitation without complying and or observing the SOP mentioned above. Can I proceed? After 12, formal suspension letter, the preceding notice inviting your presentations on the suspension, written response to, I have attached the requested documents marked as annexures T7, ST7, 8, and ST9 respectively. ST7, Commissioner, it's a letter addressed to me, notice of suspension pending allegation of misconduct, TP Malachi, in bracket, it's my pay number. Can I proceed? With reference to the notice of intention to suspend you, dated the 26th of June 2025, following allegations of misconduct, in that you failed to declare all directorships and financial interests to the municipality in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, Schedule 2 Code of Conduct Form municipal staff members, the subsequent submission of representation by yourself, taking the seriousness
Director
of...
Malachi, I think you can skip that, it's fine.
Oh, we can skip
Yes,
it.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
ST8, notice of intention to suspend.
I think we can skip that as well, because
Okay.
you dealt at length with your suspension when you gave your testimony earlier.
Thank you. ST9, this was my representation to Commissioner Faro. Representations against intended suspensions.
I think we can skip that too.
We can skip this one.
Yes.
Right. Let me go to just after point number 13, the correct advertisement for the position of Deputy Chief of Police, Asset Protection and Security Services. It is attached there as per ST10.
Is there any salient point we want to deal with here?
I think not much except to say, if the commissioner goes through this correspondence, the commissioner would realize that both Mr. Spees and myself are actually charged with one and the same responsibility.
We will decide that because, if I'm not mistaken, I think Commissioner Baloyi, when you testified earlier, took you through what his responsibilities are and what yours are. And Commissioner Baloyi was seeking to demonstrate that these are not necessarily the same. Yeah, Commissioner Baloyi confirms my recollection.
My recollection also, Director, is that you had attached the wrong, I think that's what you said, you had attached the wrong advert, and we were talking off that advert.
Okay.
And that's why you've given us page 44.
Exactly.
It's the correct one.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Now, hence, Commissioner, I'm saying, having attached a wrong one, today my testimony is putting it on record.
So basically you are now saying, or rather you are insisting that now that I have the correct advert, I am insisting that the duties are the same. So
Correct, Commissioner, yes.
That's your point. Maybe Commissioner Baloyi will again take you through similar points as she did previously. I'm not pushing her to. Is there anything else?
Not at this time.
Is there anything else you...
No, not on this one. I'm just happy
Yes,
that I've
okay.
brought to the attention of the Commission what I wanted to bring respect of the two of us sharing one and the same responsibilities. Thank
Okay.
you, Commissioner.
And then there's the last point, which at page 4.
Okay. Documents addressing funding request for 2025 period. Commissioner, I've attached here documents marked annexed T11 and 12.
Any salient points or issues you wish to raise with regard to these?
No, from where I am sitting, Commissioner, what I want to put on record is that the documents that I've attached here are evident enough to assist the Commission in determining who has requested funds and for what, and very specific I want to say, I want to make this point that these documents, they are evidence, all right, which indicate explicitly, all right, who requested the 91 million rand, right, in order to pay the invoices that have been and are continuing to be a subject of my testimony before the Commission. Thank you.
In respect of ad hoc deployments.
Exactly, Commissioner, thanks.
Before we break for lunch, is that document ready to be displayed? Can you please display it so that maybe Director Malachi can respond to Commissioner Baloy's question? Director Malachi, look to your left there.
Oh, okay.
Do you see that it's a Gubis invoice from June 2024 and it relates to ad hoc services?
Correct, I see.
And then on the 26th of February 2025, you stamped and signed it.
Yes,
you see that?
I see.
Yes, so the reason I wanted to refer you to this document is I don't agree with you that you were not aware that there were ad hoc services that were being rendered, because you were approving invoices. And this do not even relate to the additional deployments in January and February. This is deployment that happened in 2024, and in relation to which, if you remember, there was the dispute because there were no purchase orders, and it was not clear who had authorized these deployments. But when it came to you, you stamped it and you signed it.
Are you ready to respond, or do you want to respond after lunch?
I think I can respond now.
Please do then.
This invoice was signed 26 February 2025. Even though it was dating back to 2024, right? There is evidence in my testimony. I made mention of the fact that invoices were in January, February. Ad hoc invoices involving Gubis were already receiving attention, right, from different levels. But the directive, obviously, would be that they were receiving attention at the executive level, right? Hence, when this invoice was sent to me, right, I took it that since the discussion is about how such invoices would be disposed of, right? There was no wrongdoing on my part in signing this invoice.
But did you know for certain that those services had been rendered? When you were signing and approving this invoice, did you know that Gubis had rendered those services? Director Malaj, did you know or did you not know?
Let me say I did not know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. Yes, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Advocate Malachi.
Good afternoon.
I just have, we need to go through some of the questions that we have with your statement. I don't want us to repeat what you've already indicated, but what we don't have, and I want us to be clear in my questions, is keep in mind that thank you. We've established from today and your last testimony that the deployments as they happened and as you signed them off, some of them were not, you didn't verify them. We've established that as a fact. We've also established, I think, as a fact that in terms of the capacity which you said, and the report that was earlier provided, that the sites were not monitored properly. You accept that?
Correct, yes.
And we have to also accept we have to accept, then we have to get into the authority about deployments. And the last time the interest was around the deployments of January 2025. And that was closer, that had Mr. Piri. Everyone said Mr. Piri's evidence was that you instructed him to issue those notices of deployment, where he signed them. Do you want us to go to them, or you remember those deployment letters?
Commissioner, I do not remember instructing Mr. Piri to deploy any ad hoc service, either in January or before.
Okay. So your evidence is that previously you've never instructed Mr. Piri or Inspector Piri to issue deployment letters?
Normally, without having to repeat what I've said, but in brief, deployment letters are issued in respect of services, ad hoc services that have taken note of the SOP directive that I alluded to earlier on. So any ad hoc service that was undertaken without alluding to the SOP as indicated earlier on would not have a deployment certificate signed by our office. But now, if it happened that he signed them, he did it out of his own, not with my instruction.
Okay. Would you also accept that at some point those may have gotten to your desk and you signed for them? You can't make that comment.
Come again?
I'm saying, do you know if you would have seen the deployments of January, that you've signed? Or invoices relating to those?
It could be, but unfortunately...
Yes. It could be.
I'm not having...
Okay, not as sufficient.
Okay.
That's fine. Then Mr. Piri came or maybe before that, when did you become aware that Mr. Piri, or Inspector Piri, I apologize, now Major, signed these deployment letters?
Which deployment letters are you referring to?
The 1 of January, 2025.
I don't remember seeing such signed deployment letters. I do not remember.
Okay, that's fine. Could we then go to file 5? Page 52. This is an annexure. It's a trail of emails from Mr. Piri and yourself and Herman Sikholela from the Department of Water and Sanitation. The version that Mr. Piri gave before this commission was that this discussion via emails and later on in meetings, you gave him authority or delegation, using the term loosely, to issue deployment letters in respect of sites that the Department of Water and Sanitation required. What would be your comment to that version?
My comment is simple, straight to the point. By ordering Mr. Piri to convene a meeting or attend a meeting, I was not in any way giving him authority or delegating him responsibility, a duty to deploy any ad hoc services. So it happens very often, not only with ad hoc services. If you are held up somewhere and there is something important for discussion, you assign whoever to go and attend that meeting, but attending a meeting does not mean I've delegated a duty or responsibility for him to deploy the...
No, that's fair enough, and I'm not going to belabor the point, but your version is that you never delegated him. And
let me take you to the email just before that, and that email and a couple of others demonstrate, at least on my reading, that the overarching purpose of all these email exchanges was ultimately to have a deployment. That one is from Mr. Herman Sikholela. It's at the foot of page 52. It's addressed to, amongst others, you. And it says, do you see it?
I see it.
Yes. Good day. We have responded and forwarded all the information needed by Metro Police Department. We are still waiting for them to confirm deployment. That's what Water and Sanitation want. It's deployment. And then it says, today I just received the bad report that the Klapperkop water pump station has been badly vandalized during the festives. Mr. Malachi, kindly urgently confirm when you may be able to deploy. So this is about deployment, security as the sites are vulnerable to further vandalism. And then there's the one about an urgent meeting that you just referred to. I will skip, and by skipping, that's going backwards, because as we discussed this earlier, the emails will start from the bottom up. I will take you to page 44. There again, it's an email from Mr. Sikholela. That's the person I referred to earlier this morning as an engineer. I think he is an engineer, but the important thing is that he's from Water and Sanitation. Again, he's writing to you, and he says, "Good day, Mr. Malachi. Attached, find the updated list of security deployment need." So it's on the basis of the repeated reference to deployment, that I'm saying what's overarching here is deployment. And then I will next take you to page 43. Now it's you writing, and you are writing to Kwapeng E at Gmail. Who's Kwapeng?
Senior Soup Madishawa, Colonel Madlanga.
Or Dr.
Madishawa, yes.
Dr. Madishawa. Okay. And you say, "Good evening. Kindly find request from Mr. Herman from the Department of Water and Sanitation for further handling." And then you say, "Please get Piri to run with the process and let's monitor progress." Bear in mind that throughout, the overarching purpose is deployment, deployment, deployment. So Mr. or Major Piri says this is what instructed him to deploy. In context, that does appear to make sense, or that does seem to make sense. Do you care to comment?
My comment is starting with me ordering Mr. Piri to attend the meeting.
Let's leave the meeting.
Okay.
You've discussed that with Mrs. Kakane. Let's leave that.
Okay. It is not true that by instructing them to run with the process, I was meaning that they should continue deploying security, because they themselves know very well that in order for deployment to be carried out, right, there must be
Are you going to refer to the SOP again?
exactly, right,
And it starts with what? With the request from the relevant department?
exactly, and
Which there was here. There are repeated requests.
yes,
And Mr. Sikholela goes so far as to say there's continuing vandalism. So there is a request.
yes, Commissioner, I agree with you. There is a request, but that request, it runs short of critical information that is necessary for both of us to comply with the SOP that I alluded to earlier on. There shall be no deployment done unless the department requesting security has committed funds to service the deployment. Number two, the department...
As you sit there, are you able to say no funds had been committed as you sit there? Or are you making an assumption?
At this point in time, at the point when we were communicating,
As you sit there now, are you saying funds were not committed? Or are you making an assumption that they were not?
No, if my memory serves me well, there were no funds committed at that point in time.
Okay, continue.
So, apart from the issue of the funds, the SOP requires it of us to make sure that there is a critical element of the, for how long are we requesting this ad hoc services, right? So it was imperative for us through period Madlanga, right, to have those things before a decision could be taken to deploy security. So if I go, having gone through this, right, I do not see anywhere where they came back to me with.
You couldn't sit and fold your arms and wait for them to come back to you, not when Mr. Herman Sekgolela had repeatedly asked for urgent deployment, and not for the sake of it. He says in so many ways that there is continuing vandalism and that the Klapperkop reservoir has recently been vandalized. You couldn't sit and fold your arms. So if you interpret the sentence that says, please get Piri to run with the process and let's monitor progress, if you interpret that sentence differently from Mr. Piri's interpretation, what became of that process and your monitor, what became of that? Because if you never did anything that saw that process to the end, we may well be forced to interpret this in the same manner as Major Piri does. Because from your answer, you seem to suggest that you just sat and waited for them to come back to you and tell you what happened eventually. If that's what you did, or at least if that's what you say you did, we may be inclined to interpret this email in the same way as Major Piri. Your comment? Or maybe let me ask this first. Did you do anything after this email? If you did, what did you do?
Commissioner, I did not sit. I've been engaging with Piri and Madlanga about the budget issue, right? The budget issue, because the directive is very clear. Whether there is vandalism, that is...
Where's the record of that? Throughout we have emails you yourself have been writing. If you'll suddenly say to us that I suddenly engaged orally, that will be very odd in the context of what was happening here. Emails were being exchanged. Where's an exchange, an email exchange that shows that beyond this point you did engage?
Commissioner, can I say this, if it is allowed?
Yes.
Right. I did not buy, I did not instruct or delegate.
That's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking you. I said, you have said Piri must run with the process and let's monitor progress. So I want to see the progress. I don't want you to answer whether you in fact gave an instruction. That's not what that's not where I am right now. I want to see what you did beyond this email. What did you do, if anything at all? And if you say it was oral, that will be hard to believe, because throughout and up to this point, you were all engaging each other by way of email. What did you do beyond this point, if anything at all?
From record perspective, it is clear that there were no further communications. But the absence of that does not necessarily mean I gave either Piri or Madlanga.
Again, I'm not asking you whether you gave an instruction or not. I'm saying, or I'm asking, did you do anything at all beyond this email of the 9th of January 2025 at 8:49 p.m.? Did you do anything at all? No, I'm looking at a wrong one. I'm looking at, the date is still the same, the 9th of January 2025 at 20:45. Your email to Wapeng E. That's the email in which you say, please get Piri to run with the process and let's monitor. So I'm saying beyond that email, did you do anything at all? If you did, what did you do?
Commissioner, it is on record now, right? There is no email indicating what was done, but...
I'm not asking about whether there is an email. What, if anything at all, did you do, Director?
Commissioner, I'm struggling to get the right weight, right? I've issued an instruction. They must run with the process. Running with the process, meaning to do due diligence. They did not come back to me, right? Yes. The commissioner is saying, what did you do?
Yes, I want to know what you did. Because you cannot say, once I gave the instruction that Piri must run with the process, then you waited and did nothing at all. You yourself actually say in this, you must monitor progress. So you yourself undertook to monitor progress. So what, if anything at all, did you do after you had written this email? I'm asking this question for the umpteenth time now.
Commissioner, I know from where I am sitting and where the commissioner is sitting, what will convince the commissioner is something in black and white, because...
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be in black and white. But of course I will say, if you suddenly say it was oral when everything else was through emails, we may be inclined we may be inclined to find it hard to believe. But I'm not confining you to emails. What, if anything at all, did you do after this email?
Allow me, Commissioner, to put it on record again, right? I've issued my subordinates with...
You're supporting what?
I issued my subordinates.
Subordinate?
Yes, with an instruction, right? They had a duty, let alone me having to prove. They had a duty to come back to me and say, this is how far we've gone, so that I could evaluate, right, whatever they say they have done.
That cannot be enough. That cannot be enough. You have also undertaken to monitor progress. So if they do not come back to you, you too have a duty to monitor. So that means you going back to them and asking them what's going on with the instruction I gave. So it's not enough for you to basically you are saying, in the face of vandalism that was taking place, in the face of several requests by Mr. Herman Seholela, you just sat and folded your arms and waited for people who were not coming back to you to come back to you.
I do not agree, Commissioner.
Yes.
I don't agree.
Yes.
The reason why I am not agreeing...
What exactly do you not agree with?
I'm not agreeing with the fact that I just sat, folded arms, and waited my subordinates to respond. I'm saying
that because you said they had an obligation or a duty to do the things that you are referring to, and to then come back to you, and they never did. My understanding of that is that you are basically saying because they never came back to you, you too did not do anything.
I think I will not be able to satisfy the commissioner on this one in terms of my response, But the long and short of my response with regard to deployment, right? I've never instructed both to continue with deployment of security.
Thank you. I'll close by saying again, that's not my question, but I will leave it there.
Director Malachi, your evidence before this commission concerns me. You'll see that on page 52, where Chair referred you to, it was concern about vandalism at Klaperkop water station, and the other one, there were two. And that was on the 6th of January. If you look at that email on page 52. The following day, on page 60, you give an instruction, Tuesday, January 7, 2025 at 11:38. You give an instruction that the service provider will resume deployment of security guards today, 7 January 2025 at 1800 hours, at the very stations that the chair was engaging you on. So you gave an instruction that the deployment will happen from that day. So for you to come to this commission and say, I never gave an instruction to deploy because my subordinates had to do due diligence first, that is untruthful. Because that is your email where you say deployment will happen today at 1800 hours. Do you see that? We are on page 60, Director Malachi.
I am on page 60.
And do you see that in your email you said deployment to these three sites, to these two sites, was to commence at 1800 hours on that day?
Yes, it is my...
So you did authorize those deployments, and when Mr. Piri issued letters in respect of these two sites, it was because you had authorized these deployments.
Now they, Commissioner, they, I admit I issued instruction, and if you look at the subject on my email, right, it talks to GL account for security services, Klaperkop, Brickfields pump stations, as listed here below, right? Without even, if you go to page 61, Herman Sekholela, right? GL account for security services, right? He indicates, hi Gary, so I agree with your suggestion to utilize job in GL. It is the one relevant for this purpose. Colleagues, the GL and cost center for the security are as follows. In as far as deployment of Klaperkop and Brickfield substations, they are concerned, there are three. The department here has complied fully with the SOP that I alluded to earlier on. Hence, my instruction, right, said the deployment will commence, right, at 18 hours. So, as a commissioner.
But Mr. Malachi, on page 52, Chair was engaging you on the same Klaperkop water pump station. And when Chair was engaging you, you said you never gave instruction for deployment.
No.
Mr. Malachi, go to page 52 and see what 52 deals with.
I am on page 52.
Do you see that it deals with Klaperkop? Today, I've just received a bad report that Klaperkop water station has been badly vandalized during the festivities. That's what the chairperson was engaging you on. It continues on 53. Mr. Malachi, kindly confirm when we may be able to deploy security, as the sites are vulnerable to further vandalism. That's the very email Chair was engaging you on. And when he asked you, in the face of this and in the face of the request for deployment, what did you do? You said, I never gave an instruction to deploy because, one, there should have been due diligence. Two, there should have been a determination of the duration of the deployment. Yet, on page 60, before those things are done, there's no due diligence, there's no determination of how long the deployment is going to be. You authorized the deployment. And arising from this email, Mr. Phiri issued letters of deployment to these sites. So for you to sit there and say, I did not authorize this, I was still waiting for my team to do a deployment and to assess how long the deployment is going to be. Sorry, the due diligence and how long the deployment is going to be. It's simply false.
I think my response was I responded not being aware of the email on page 60, right? So
your evidence changes when you see documents. It's not the truth. You will change it as and when you see documents or as and when you become aware of documents.
Not necessarily, Commissioner. I think the Commission must take note of the fact that we are dealing with quite a number of issues here, right? Sometimes it might happen that when I'm exposed to what actually has happened, right, that would touch on what you call on the evidence that I'm doing. But in this instance, right, I'm exposed to the evidence. Yes, due diligence to a very large extent was done. Confirmation has been made by the department. Hence, I issued an instruction, right, to say deploy on Klapperkop, deploy on Brickfield substation, as per the scope of work that I've done.
Let me tell you what then happened after this, after you instructed that there be a deployment. The same water and sanitation went to Phiri because you said Phiri must run with the process. If you go to page 50 of the same bundle, and the email to which that attachment relates is on page 44. And you were copied on this. It's 9 January 2025.
Yes.
It says, good day, Mr. Malachi. Attached find the updated list of security deployment needs. So they were saying in addition to the two, there are these additional sites. Where you find those additional sites is on page 50.
Okay.
And letters were then issued because you had already authorized deployment on the basis that there was vandalism. Letters were then issued that there should be security on these sites as well. That's what happened. And you were copied, so you can't say, I did not know, I was not aware, because these emails are all sent to you. You can see that the email on page 44 is sent to you.
I hear you, Commissioner.
Yes. Now I want to ask you about the January invoices, because we know that these sites, the additional sites, were added. In February, when Gubis invoiced for the ad hoc services in January, did you sign those invoices? Because the January invoices would have been issued sometime in February, either in the middle part on the 10th or later in February. But we do know that at the end of January, Gubis would have been entitled to invoice. Did you sign and authorize those invoices in February?
I wouldn't say yes or no unless.
No, Mr. Malachi.
Commissioner, can I please be given
Please explain, yes.
opportunity to explain? I wouldn't say yes or no unless, without having to say this is how the commission should direct questions to me, right? Unless I'm exposed to those emails that I've signed, and questions are based on something that I am seeing, right? Probing me on something that I am seeing, but now, just for the commission to expect me to some thug responses, I don't think it is fair. That is why, as we move on, I would always be accused of, not answering properly. But the bottom line is, I should be exposed to the evidence, and yes, as we move on, right, you allow me an opportunity to explain where it is necessary to explain. But under the circumstances, I feel like I'm being ambushed. See? So,
Are you saying, Director, you may have, but you do not recall? Is that the long and short of what you are saying?
Exactly, Commissioner.
There's a reason why I'm asking you this question, Director Malachi. You see, you told this commission that you were not aware of these ad hoc appointments until much later. Now, what I'm asking you is a factual issue. Either you approved invoices or you did not. Because if you approved the invoices for January, there's no way you can sit there and say, you don't know what those invoices are for. Because the invoices will tell you it's for this deployment at this site for January 2025. And that's your job, as we have shown you with the June 2024 invoice. It came to you, you stamped it, you signed it. Had we not confronted you with that invoice, you would also have denied and said, I don't know. I never became aware of this ad hoc deployments. I did not authorize anybody to deploy. But if you sign those invoices, then your suggestion that you were not aware of this deployment is simply false. And because it's your job, you should be able to answer that question. You should be able to say, yes, because no invoice can be paid without my involvement. They would have had to come to me. I would have stamped them and signed them. And that's how they would have gotten paid. You are not being ambushed. You came here to deal with the Gubis deployments and the payments to Gubis. That's why the emails that are attached here, and they show that over 5 months it was paid 82 million. They relate exactly to the topic we are discussing. It's not something outside of the topic that we are discussing. If you know, you can say, I know. If you don't know, I don't know, or I don't remember.
Commissioner, I hear you and I agree with you, right? The thing is, the difficulty I sometimes come across, right? You say, I do not remember. It is said, no, it means you are not doing what you are supposed to do, right? It's an assumption. But the long and short of this whole thing is, right, I'm coming to the additional lists, page 50, right? Allow me to put it on record, Commissioner, that Mr. Soholela has taken advantage of my email dated the 7th of January. He knows very well, he should know very well, that for each site there must be GL account number, right, provided. So having received my approval as per this email, all right? He decided to put additional sites. But I'm stating it that it was wrong of him to do that. You see, he was supposed to do as he did with Klaperkop and others, right? Avail GL account number, budget from which this additional site would be serviced.
The email on page 44 that attaches an updated list of security deployments is sent to you. If you held the view that they must get GL accounts and other things, then you would have responded to them and said there won't be any further deployments until you have followed the process that you followed as set out on page 60. So now you're acting as if they did all this behind your back. They added the additional sites behind your back. But the email on page 44 is addressed to you. So if you thought a different process had to be followed, you could have responded to that email and said, this is not the correct process, follow a different process. Instead, what you do 10 minutes later, 20 minutes later, which is the email Chair took you to on page 43, you said, colleagues, note the request for further handling. Please get Piri to run with the process and let's monitor the progress. You did not say, no, unless there's a GL number, we should do nothing about those sites. Unless there's budget, we should do nothing about those sites. Instead, you said, please note the updated list for further handling. Piri will run with it and monitor the progress. That's what you said. You see that you responded, it's 10 minutes later. 2034 is on page 44, 9 January. Page 43, 2045, you note the request and you say Piri must run with it.
Wait.
So that's the sequence. Do you see that?
Please get it. Find that.
Director Malachi, do you, maybe to try and shorten this, do you accept that at page 43, that's an instruction to Piri to action the request from water and sanitation, where you say Piri to run with the process and let's monitor progress. Do you accept that you're instructing him to action the request from water and sanitation?
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Skakana.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. So we now move from the premise, if I hear you correctly, is that you did issue instructions to Mr. Piri, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Yes, I did instruct Piri. It was on the 7th of January, yes.
All right, so I think it just in the interest, can we just be clear? If you go to page 60.
Page 60. Page 60.
60.
Yes.
Why did you copy copies in that email? Yes,
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. I think the reason why I copied Andrew and Calvin.
And
the reason is simple, right? The reason is simple that they were, in my view, already having instruction to deploy, actually, yes, to deploy on the sites, right?
Sorry, you said you assumed.
Let me check, let's, before I respond to you, Commissioner, can we go to that Herman Sokholela's request, initial request?
Page?
It should be page 61. Does it follow from there?
Okay,
Please give us the page
okay, I'm on page 60.
60.
Yes.
I thought you were looking for something else.
Yes, no, I was checking on
Oh,
the...
okay, all right.
Do you perhaps want to look at page 55 and see if that's not what you're looking for? That's a date before page 60. It's a date that comes before what you see on page 60.
Okay.
Commissioner, you said page 55.
Yes.
There's
an email from Sikholela in November 25.
Yes.
I think my answer to the question, why did I copy Gubis, right? It came from the experience that Herman and the department were preferring Gubis or but I'm not sure if I might have checked with Madlanga or Peer in terms of the service provider, but the bottom line is it was I thought they were continuing with Gubis as they've been going forward.
So we can conclude that this was an assumption.
I assumed.
Now, in terms of...
Can we just check that? Mr. Piri, my recollection of his evidence on this aspect was that Gubis was already appointed by Water and Sanitation. They'd already been chosen because Water and Sanitation said they've worked with them, they're happy with their work elsewhere, and so that's who they wanted to do this part of the work. Is that perhaps what you're referring to?
Exactly, Commissioner.
In addition to that, according to Major Piri, they had, or rather Gubis had actually been deployed. I have no idea by whom, but on 31 December 2024, they were actually on site. And Major Piri says he told them to get off site. So perhaps what you had in mind was that history, what Commissioner Baloyi is referring to, and also the actual fact of deployment, which was terminated by Major Piri according to his testimony. So perhaps you had in mind that history or not really.
I do not have that history of termination in mind, Commissioner.
Oh, but you had already begun to respond to Commissioner Baloyi and say yes to what Commissioner Baloyi proposed to you, which is what had happened in November. Yes. I'm sorry I interrupted you because your response was a clear yes to the proposition. Let's leave it there. You said yes. Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Thank you. And
I thought I was assisting you further. I was not tripping you up. Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
it's only the truth. You've relied on ST5 as the process, and what we don't have is, or what it requires, that is the standard operating procedure which you had signed for as the custodian therefore. It talks about a need to conduct an assessment, and that there must be a formal letter of request signed by the cost center owner, where the money will come from, and the likes and the requirement. In relation to these requests, did any of that happen?
I think in relation to Klapperkop, Brickfields requests, the email by Sohalela requesting security on this, and also providing GL account from which the services would be paid from, I would say yes to request, and it was in line with the spirit of the SOP that I've attached this.
Fair enough. I mean, I think the process talks about a formal letter of request, but I'll accept what you explained. Just before we step off this process, I mean, I think we've accepted the fact that there might have been some gaps. Why, at this time, why did you use your Gmail account on page 43, just out of curiosity, when you were issuing instructions to Piri?
On which page are you?
43.
43.
Whilst the director is looking, may I address myself to Mr. Nkosi? In the meantime, can you please, if of course you'll be able to follow the proceedings, but can you in the meantime please apply your mind to what you may want to re-examine on? We insist on specific issues, and we want you to tell us beforehand what you want to re-examine on. So as you go along, please apply your mind to that. No, not now, not now. No, we can deal with it down the line. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. President. I don't know if you still remember where,
Yes, Commissioner, the question is,
yes.
why did I send this communication from my Gmail account? simply because it was late in the afternoon, all right? I normally rely on my Gmail account, which is handy for anything that I need to do with my office.
Mr. Skakani, you were leaving the standard operating procedure.
Yes, no, I didn't. The witness answered me. He says the email was sufficient, according to him,
There's
to
just-
be.
Thank you. There's just the last bullet point in the standard operating procedure. It's on page 34 of file of your new annexures.
Yes.
The last bullet point there says, upon funds being available, the second last, a purchase order will be created and sent to the cost owner for release. Once the purchase order has been released, the OCM and the asset protection unit will then go ahead and provide the services and monitor such services. In relation to these two sites that you authorized on the 7th of January, 2025, am I correct that you authorized the deployment before there was a purchase order created? Remember, on 7 January 2025, you said there will be deployment at 6 o'clock in these two sites. Did you do that before a purchase order was created?
It was done before the purchase order was created. And
But isn't that contrary to the standard operating procedure? Because the standard operating procedure says, once the purchase order has been released, the OCM and then you, your department, APPU, will then go ahead and provide the services and monitor such services. So if you authorize the deployment before a purchase order was created, that is contrary to the standard operating procedure.
I want the commissioner to take note of the fact that in security we are dealing with emergency. It is not always the case that one would wait until administrative imperatives are carried out, but in this instance particularly, right, very much important was the fact that a GL account number has been submitted, and yes. Secondly, as a matter of practice, even though in the spirit of this instruction, right, understanding was payment would come from water and sanitation, right? But given what transpired, at the end of the day, payment came from Watchman Services as a result of funds that were requested, the evidence I've provided the Commission.
That's exactly the problem. Water and sanitation did not pay for this. That's why the budget had to be requested to that 90 million that you refer to, because this process was not followed. And you are saying to us, in emergencies, you can deviate from the standard operating procedure. That's really your point.
Okay. Let me explain further, Commissioner, to say, in the spirit of this email, right, my understanding was everything would be done by water and sanitation, meaning even the purchase order creations and so forth and so on, you know. Hence, my focus was to make sure that what is vulnerable, all right, as long as there is a commitment by the department requesting, right, should be carried out in order to prevent further vandalisms and so forth and so on. The Commission will agree with me to say, given the nature of the sites, the pump station and so forth and so on, when you are dealing with security threats affecting pump station, right, you are dealing with some of the, what we call basic service delivery infrastructure, and sensitivity in most instances gets to be prioritized, you know, because if we do not do that and they vandalize further communities sitting without water, it becomes another issue. But
Director Malachi, I think you are filibustering because Commissioner Baloyi showed you that the request was first made in November. So November, December, January, that's 2 months until when you allocate the security services. So it's not as if this was done in one day and there was no opportunity to obtain a purchase order. This process could have been followed during that period from November until January.
Commissioner, let me, the GL account number, right, was not provided, if I'm not mistaken, right, was not provided immediately, right? It was on those bases that I had to make sure that even though I've got a duty to protect this sites, right? But on the other hand, complying to the SOP, at the end, I wouldn't bear responsibility to cover the cost for these services. Hence, any amount of delay that might have arose as a result of the requesting department taking its time would obviously have negative impact on what I was supposed to do, given the urgency of this matters. But
all right. I think I heard you, Director Malachi. Thank you, Mr.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kakane. Now that Commissioner Kumalo has touched on the standard operating procedure, I just have a question that relates to that. Director, the standard operating procedure is about steps that must be followed from the time a request is made up to the time a deployment is authorized. Am I correct?
yes, correct.
Yes. Now, here's something that I do not understand. You say that the instruction to cancel ad hoc deployments was issued without observing the SOP. You say that at paragraph 8.3 at page 2 of your statement. And you give that as one of the reasons for not immediately complying with the instruction to terminate or cancel the ad hoc deployments. Now, if the SOP is about the steps that must be followed from the time of the request up to the time of authorizing the deployment, what's that got to do with the cancellation of the ad hoc deployments? I don't get the logic.
Okay. Let me try and make the commissioner understand. What I meant is that, in my view, with my administrative experience, this instruction was supposed to be directed to water and sanitation, right, instead of me.
This is no longer about the SOP. My first question just now was, do you accept that the SOP is about steps that must be followed from the time of the request up to the time deployment is authorized and you agreed?
Yes.
That's the SOP.
Yes.
Now, what you were instructed to do was to cancel ad hoc deployments. So what I say I do not understand is, what's cancellation got to do with the SOP steps? I do not understand that cancellation must follow SOP steps. That's my difficulty. And for you to go so far as to say that I did not cancel because consideration had not been given to the content or contents, as you say, of the SOP.
Let me try and make Commissioner understand. The SOP is it's a directive to all the departments, right? If the Commissioner agrees with me that this SOP was meant to say to the departments, follow the following steps, and it happens that this one department does not comply, right? And my superior takes notice of that. I'm saying logically, he should have directed this instruction back to the department, because the department is guilty of not complying with a directive by the city manager, but instead he directed the instruction to me. Then I went further to say, if we go through the content thereof, this directive does not...
No, don't conflate two issues. What you are saying now about directing to the initiator is about a separate ground for refusal to cancel. That's 8.2. That's a separate ground. So don't conflate the grounds. I'm directing you to 8.3, which is a separate ground. And in 8.3, you say that they did not observe the contents of the SOP. So what I'm saying to you, if the SOP is about the beginning all the way to deployment, when you cancel, that's beyond deployment. So that's beyond the SOP steps. So my question is, what's the relevance of the SOP steps to cancellation, which is beyond those steps, or put differently, which has nothing to do with those steps? That's my simple question.
Maybe I'm struggling to understand the Commissioner's question.
Let's take it one step at a time. Do you remember my very first question when engaging you now? My very first question was, is it not so that the standard operating procedure, the SOP, is about steps that must be followed from the time a request is made up to the time a deployment is authorized? And you said that indeed is so. Do you remember that? That was my first question, and your response was in the affirmative. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yes. So what I'm saying now is, so the SOP is up to the point of deployment. So once you have authorization that there be a deployment, you have covered all the SOP steps. You are done with the SOP steps. Do you still follow me?
I do.
Yes. Now, you are given an instruction to cancel. You do not cancel. And you say one of your reasons for not canceling was that they did not observe the contents of the SOP. Now, I'm saying cancellation is way beyond deployment. Deployment or authorization of deployment being the last step of the SOP. So cancellation is beyond all that. And I'm saying, I do not understand what the relevance of the SOP steps or content is when you are talking about cancellation. Surely you understand me. Do you understand me?
I hope I understand you. And
so why was that relevant when you refused to cancel? Why was the SOP of relevance?
The SOP will remain relevant, Commissioner. 4, this SOP is an instruction.
To do what? To do what?
It's an
Or instruction on what?
It's an instruction to the departments.
Towards deployment.
Towards deployment.
And once you deploy, you are done with SOP, aren't you?
Once
you've deployed, you are done with SOP, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Why does it become relevant now beyond that point?
It became relevant, Commissioner, because of the actual deployment that were carried out without observing or taking this SOP into consideration. I mean, we are here today, Commissioner, because of irregular deployment.
Would the relevance not be that it had not been observed and therefore the deployment was not authorized? Is that not the case? Or would that not be the case?
That would be the case.
That would be the case.
Yes, Commissioner.
So all the more reason for you to cancel, not so. Instead of saying, by the way, you did not observe the SOP and therefore because you did not observe it, I'm not going to cancel. It's all the more reason that you should cancel. If you say it was not observed and therefore the deployment was improper, all the more reason that you should cancel. So I still do not understand your reasoning.
Yeah, there is nothing wrong with the Commissioner not understanding my reasoning, but from where
Make me understand. Make me understand.
From where I am sitting, Commissioner, right, with my administrative experience,
which I don't, which I don't have.
Okay, Commissioner, from where I'm sitting, I expected my superior, right, upon realizing that there are these irregular deployments, right?
Irregular under the SOP.
Exactly.
Failure to follow some or all of the SOP steps.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I would have expected of him to say, city manager, here is a department which chose to do things out of the normal way as per this. But instead, right, my superior instruct me to cancel. Fine.
You are again conflating grounds now. You are again conflating grounds. You are talking about why you, Inspector Malachi, did not cancel. You have accepted just now, a couple of questions back, you have accepted that failure to follow the SOP steps would have been sufficient ground to cancel. You have accepted that. And I then said, so all the more reason that you should have cancelled. Whether it should have been taken to someone else and so on, that's a totally different basis for you not cancelling. And that is not what I'm addressing. I'm addressing the A ground that you yourself have given, 8.3, as a ground for not cancelling, for Director Malachi not cancelling. Not about this, or rather a need for this to have been taken to someone else. I'm talking about a ground that you have given for not cancelling, or for Director Malachi not to cancel. So what I'm saying is, would it be logical for you to say I did not cancel because the SOP was not followed, rather than saying because the SOP was not followed, indeed I ought to have cancelled, or that was reason enough for cancelling, instead of giving it as a reason for refusing to cancel? That's what I have difficulty with. Do you understand me now?
Commissioner, I understand you, but I'm also having a difficulty with the commissioner singling out one reason.
No, you have itemized them as separate grounds. You did it. Of course, I understand that in the end, you may look at these cumulatively. But looking at this as a ground on its own, I'm saying it is simply not a ground at all. Because even if you look at them cumulatively, this one should not come into the equation at all. Because it does not make sense. You may have your other reasons. Maybe this should have been taken to A, B, C, D instead of me. That's something else altogether. But to have this as a ground or a basis for not cancelling, it does not make sense. Because not following the SOP steps should actually have been a reason to cancel. So you should not have included this at all. Do you get me?
I get the commissioner, and I get the commissioner. I understand the commissioner's reasoning, right? I mean, I understand the reasons given to me by the commissioner that I should not have included this one, right?
Yes.
And
so let's please forget about it, Director. I thank you very much. That's all I wanted. Thank you.
Can I just add to this conversation that the other reason you give is that the instruction was not directed to the initiator of the ad hoc services, and this is Water and Sanitation Department. That's who you're referring to. But you made the appointment. Your department made that appointment. We know specifically Klapperkop and Brickfield you did, and then we know that the balance of them, you had given Piri instruction to run with this, and you earlier accepted that it was an instruction to execute the request. So you did the appointments, you are the right person to terminate, because Water and Sanitation didn't make the appointments, they were made by you.
we're talking in respect of Klapperkop
and the ones that Piri issues letters. The
the
list,
addition-
remember they gave him a list and then he issued letters, deployment letters. So it's your people that have done the appointments. So it's your people that would terminate.
No, yes, with regard to the Klapperkop one and the ones in respect of which GL account numbers were provided, it's me who issued the instruction, and then
And the others, it's Piri who issued instructions saying he acts on your instruction. So it's your people, it's APSS that gave Goobies the instruction to proceed with the service. That's surely you accept that's a fact. That's how it happened. We have deployment letters from Mr. Piri. Is he not in your department?
he is.
Yes. So your department issued deployment letters
Yes.
through Piri and through you in that email of the 7th, right? Where you say they're starting to work on the 7th. So you are the right people to terminate because you're the people that appointed. So reason 8.2 doesn't hold either as a ground for refusing to terminate. It can't hold. You're appointed.
You know, with regard to the club, you know, my email is very specific. It is very specific to say Klapperkop, this. In respect of that, yes, it's us who could have terminated the.
And the same with the balance that Piri issued deployment letters. Goobies relied, remember, you know the story. After they received the termination letter, they went they responded to Deputy Commissioner Spies and said, but we have letters of appointment. So it's that simple. Your department made the appointments because the authority to appoint lies with you. It's not the client that makes the appointment. Can we agree that?
I agree with the Commissioner in respect of the Klapperkop ones.
The Piri ones, did the Water and Sanitation make those appointments?
from where I'm sitting, right, water and sanitation made those appointments because they were...
So the deployment letter is not the appointing authority that gives them the go-ahead to work. Are you saying that's not the case?
In respect of the additional ones?
Yes,
No.
the one that were issued by PIRI, did they not give them authority to go ahead and deploy?
They might have interpreted it as an authority to go ahead.
No, let me read for you, and I'm taking randomly to Goobies. This letter serves as a notification of deployment to Morileta Reservoir Pump Station, effective 16 January at 6 a.m. Service provider, rate, and it sets out static officers, patrol officers, and patrol vehicle. It's exactly the same as your email. It gives that kind of detail, right? So, and it comes from APSS.
Okay.
Why are you creating a difficulty about this? This is an appointment letter that says you should go and work there.
No, it is an appointment letter.
Yes.
What I wanted to establish was, right, this appointment letter, right, is it as a result of a prescribed process? Have you been
No,
followed?
I'm not
Okay.
talking prescribed
Okay.
process. Even your own appointment didn't come about through a prescribed process. You've accepted that, right? Your message at page 60, your email, it didn't follow the process.
Okay.
But there was an appointment, and it has contractual and legal effect. You allowed them, you authorized them rather, to go to that site in the same way that PIRI did. There's really no difference between the effect of what you both did. And all I'm putting to you is, as the appointing authority, your department, I'm not even limiting it to you personally, I'm saying your department, as the appointing authority, it is your department that has the authority to send out a termination letter. That has to be right.
It is right, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So 8.2 is not a good reason or a valid reason for you to have refused to make the appointment. Yes. Now let's go to the last one, the third one, which is at 8.1. Okay. All right. Before I leave that 8.2, where you say the instruction was directed to the wrong person, you being the wrong person, did you inform Deputy Commissioner Spies that you're the wrong person, he should send it to water and sanitation?
Commissioner, I did not inform Commissioner Space.
All right, then let's look at the last reason that you gave. The instruction was wide as it included cancellation of ad hoc services which were not affected. Did you tell Commissioner Spies this?
I did not tell Commissioner Space, Commissioner. I took it that Commissioner Space, right, since he's in the environment, right, he's privy to ad hoc services within the environment.
But you didn't tell him that?
No, I didn't.
You didn't tell him that. Okay. Did you become aware when you made the decision not to follow his instruction that in fact there was an instruction from the Chief of Police that these services must stop because there were money issues, there were budget issues, there were requests to ask for more money? You're aware that Deputy Commissioner Dlamini had suggested or requested Commissioner Spies to ask for more money to fund this deficit. Did you ever become aware of that?
I do not remember, but...
Did you become aware that the instruction came from the Chief of Police that we must stop these ad hoc services and we are not going to ask for more money?
After the communication.
Yeah, you became aware of it after?
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Malachi, I did the maths on. In the documents that you have provided, there's an email that shows what the cost of this ad hoc services to the city of Tshwane is. And we can see that it's 82 million over 5 months. I think it's on page 16 of the emails. Do you have that?
On which bundle are we, Commissioner?
I think it's probably the supplementary. No, it can't be that. Ms. Kakani, please assist me. Where did I pull out my page 16? It is in the statement file.
Yeah, it's in the
It's in the annexures to the
yes.
supplementary statement.
Your statement file.
The supplementary statement file.
Page 16.
Are you there, Director Malachi?
I am.
So you'll see that it's a request from Deputy Chief Bolhayes to the CFO and various other people, including supply chain. And then the email I'm reading from the third line, they are requesting the upliftment of funds to process ad hoc security invoices from the beginning of January to June 2025. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it is to the amount of 14 million rands for January, and then it is 16 million times 5 from February to June. And the total amount is 82 million. Do you see that?
I see.
That's just for ad hoc services.
Yes.
Now, if you do the simple maths, when you were instructed to cancel the ad hoc services on 13 March 2025 until the end of June, that's over 50 million rands.
I hear you,
What do you
Commissioner.
have to say about that?
I think there is something that I want the Commissioner to clear me on. It looks like everybody else, including the Chief of Police, Mr. Bolhayes, right? They are sort of taking themselves out of, they did not have any responsibility, so their responsibility was to give an instruction. And I'm taking exception for that because they even had more power than Director Malachi, right? And what is not making sense with me, right? Okay, theirs was to cancel, yet whatever I'm being appointed to do in the city of Tshwane, right? I'm doing them in their, on their behalf. They are overall responsible for my own actions. But when it comes to this, right, it is becoming a worrying factor that everyone else wants to wash his hands off, and they leave Director Malachi into the 82 million. Yet, this whole thing, right, had the history long before January, February, right? And if one looks at the history, right? Director Malachi was from the beginning, like any one of them, was not aware. He was made aware at a point when the service provider was complaining, right? That is not getting paid. And the very same superiors, I'm talking the chief of police, Rivers, Peace, and Police, right? All of them are washing their hands, right? And they want to paint Director Malachi black as if Director Malachi had a benefit to derive from these transactions. And this is forcing me, Commissioner, to place it on record. I am not surprised by the emphasis on Director Malachi, because when I testified on the 9th of April, I made a mention of the fact that I have become a victim. And these colleagues that I've spoken to, that I've spoken about their names, right? They've already demonstrated that they would stop at nothing in order to get rid of this Director Malachi.
Let me stop you there, Director Malachi, because I had given you enough time and I did not want to interrupt you.
But Commissioner, you are interrupting me.
Because what you are doing now is you are saying you are being victimized by other people.
Exactly.
And I'm not victimizing you, I'm asking you questions. So your issues with them, you can deal with them separately. When you are answering my questions, I want you to account only for your conduct. That's why when I was referring you to this document, I wanted you to account only for your conduct, not to tell me about how your colleagues are treating you. So looking at this, let's assume for a moment that they are equally guilty. They are equally to blame. They could have done something. Let's assume that for a moment, and for purposes of our discussion, let's accept that that is so. Now, account for your conduct without blaming other people.
Commissioner, thanks very much. I am not reluctant or afraid to account for my conduct, but I think it would be fair and it will be just for this commission to know that, among other reasons, I might have done things wrong, if indeed I've done things wrong, you know, but the motivating factor, right, I know, Commissioner, you are saying you don't want to hear about it, but I'm forced to talk about it, right? My colleagues wanted to take advantage of this commission to get rid of Director Malachi. That is why you go to my hearing, it's speech. You come here, it's speech, right? That in itself, to me, is an indication.
Director Malachi, I'm going to leave it there because it seems to me you don't want to account for your conduct. You want to tell me about the vendetta that your colleagues have against you. So if that's what you want to do and you're not prepared to answer my question, I'm going to leave it there.
No, I'm prepared to answer your question.
No, then account for your conduct. Don't tell me about the vendetta against you and the fact that they want to get rid of you. Because at the commission here, nobody gets rid of another person. Here you come to answer questions because we are a fact-finding commission. You assist us with facts and facts only. And what is in front of me is the fact that since the day you were instructed to terminate these ad hoc services, they continued until June, and the cost to the city was more than 50 million rands.
I agree with you,
Yes.
Commissioner, I agree with you. the cost is sitting at that, but I'm saying I might have not done, right? I might have not cancelled this, but that does not necessarily mean, right? They were supposed to sit back, get this, what you call ballooning, you see? So I'm saying to the commission, I accept what might be wrong in terms of my conduct, but I'm pleading with the commission, right, to seriously take note of the fact that they also had a role to play. If I give...
And Director Malachi, when Mr. Bolhayes was here, if you listened to his evidence, you would have heard me say to him, why is it that only Piri is being blamed for this? Because more people than Piri were responsible for this, including those who authorized the payment. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not just you, but because you are here today, you can only answer for your conduct. So Mr. Skakani, I will leave it there and then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I think you've assisted a lot with some of the questions that I had. Mr. Malachi, Director Malachi, I think what I need to emphasize is that you referred to your managerial, to your administrative functions in a sense, but you are at a managerial level. You are a director, you've issued instructions, you are in charge of the standard operating procedures. It can't be that you don't know how to enforce it. Your level also requires responsibility from you. And you do not stop these ad hoc services. And as Commissioner Kumalo is saying, if we are to accept mathematically that from the date of the instruction up to June, that would have been, I think in terms of the email itself, it would be around 50 million thereabout. But we can also accept that we need to take it back, let's say even to January, and the payments to Gubis, or as a result of the irregular deployments, which you've accepted. That for the 6 months alone is some 96 million, just for 6 months, just for ad hoc services. You accept that possibility, according to this email that you attach. So in essence, what has been lost around these irregular ad hoc services, which, as you say, not compliant with the SOPs, and yeah, just to leave it at that, it would have cost the city, or in particular the TMPD, 96 million. And if you average it out in terms of the services, what becomes interesting is that, as the theme runs through, is that Major Piri and yourself to admit that the inspections or verification of services were not done to the T. So a majority of that could potentially have been for services not rendered. I think we can accept that.
I wouldn't accept the narrative that the majority of them might have been paid without the services being rendered. I'm saying this because, Commissioner, we've got a system in place, right? Even though it has its own shortcomings, right? But it cannot be correct that I come here and I say I accept that the majority of these ad hoc services were not carried out unless it is evident that indeed for 6 months on this side there were no security guards deployed and so forth and so on, you see. But as it stands now, I wouldn't sit here and accept that, okay, the majority, because the office has got systems. PIRI is within the subsection that deals with monitoring of private guards in particular, right? In terms of that system, the unit's function is to go out there, right? Check and confirm if security guards are in place, how many of them are in place, and so forth and so on. Because at the end of the day, these confirmations are critical for service delivery in the city. So,
I think in just remembering your evidence previously, you did accept that some may have been paid without verification, and maybe therefore without the work, and in some cases without the work being done because of your staff shortages. You did accept that. That's some.
yes, Commissioner, I did.
Yes.
And I gave those reasons. Yes.
Yes, you did explain. Thank you.
Just to test that forward, when we deal with some, would we say what's the degree of the system of monitoring? Because one of the issues was monitoring the progress of the sites that you had allocated. How often do you get reports about whether systems are run properly?
There are weekly meetings held with all service providers, in which meetings service providers are taken through challenges that APSS is experiencing in as far as monitoring and related functions are concerned. So on weekly basis, there is what we call operational meeting. And in that operational meeting, the monitoring team, right, takes the what you call through. And at the same time, it is the monitoring team that is addressing the what you call the service providers on things that are not happening, things that are happening, but upon which we need improvement. So,
thank you. Then, if you go to the emails that you've provided, I would assume with these meetings, you would then be in a position to provide a report. In your bundle ST1, page 4, this is now in June. This is an email from Deputy Commissioner Rivo Spies to yourself on 25 June 2025 at 8:01.
bundle 1, page 4.
Page 4
Okay.
of your bundle, of the annexes. You are required, that's in June. You had been requested in March to stop ad hoc services, so you have weekly meetings. So in essence, you would be quite aware of the issues around ad hoc services. But you say you've got a monitoring team and you would be aware. What was the difficulty with then responding to Deputy Commissioner Rivo Spies about these proof about ad hoc services? Because we don't have your response in paper and we have to deal with that. But what was your response? Because if you get reports, ideally, not all of them should be oral. You would have probably gotten, if written reports around the meetings with with the service providers or your monitoring team? Do those reports exist? And secondly, why don't we see the response to Commissioner Rivo's piece? And to date, we don't have it.
I'm not sure, Commissioner, if I understand your question very well, but let me try and you'll indicate if I misunderstand.
Perhaps let Mr. Skakane repeat the question. When we come back, we just want to take a 10-minute comfort break. Let's come back. Let's resume at 5 to 4. Let's adjourn.
You can't hear me, sorry. Good afternoon. It's that time of the day. Shall we please resume while we have our phones on silent? Thank you.
Mrs. Kakane, please repeat your last question.
Thank you, Chair. Director Malachi, my question was around responding to Commissioner Speace's request or instruction that you must provide proof of the deployment of ad hoc services since December 2025 to date. Would it be correct that did you provide such proof in the form of written, in the written form or a report?
I'm not sure, Commissioner, if the proof relates to the very ad hoc services by the Department of Water and Sanitation, or the proof relates to any other ad hoc services deployment. Can I be assisted with that clarity?
Well, the email says, please provide proof where ad hoc watchman services were deployed. So it's all of them since December 2024 to date. That is, the date of the email is 25 June 2025. So essentially it means all of them. And it does not appear that you had any request for clarity. Instead, you forwarded that to your PA.
In terms of request for deployments, I know there was a detailed response by my office as to where ad hoc services are deployed and so forth and so on. The fact that it is not part of my bundle does not necessarily mean we did not provide that proof, and I can always go back and have that the kind of proof that we provided to him available for the Commission to.
Thank you. I think there's also a follow-up in that aspect, but I think I take your point that you don't have it handy, and perhaps when you return for re-examination, if it's at a later date or just before, you can provide us with that report. That would be of great assistance.
Thank
you. Just on this score, there's in response to a particular question about termination of the ad hoc services. At page 3 of the statement, paragraph 10, it was about this. In that paragraph, you said, page 3.
Page 3
of the supplementary statement. Yes. Paragraph 10. You deal with the instruction from Commissioner Speece, and you say, which was provided, or the instruction was in March, but you then say in June, you complied with the instruction. You drafted letters for termination, and you personally called to the companies and served them with letters. And then you say, I've attached one of the termination letters, marked ST6. Please turn to page 35, which is your ST6.
Yes, Commissioner.
That letter is done by Commissioner Spies. Could you explain why would you say this is your letter? And he testified that it is letter.
Does he not say that he prepared the letters for signature by Deputy Chief Spies? That should explain the signature.
Excellent. You are correct, Commissioner.
It was for that basis.
Yes.
Okay.
I prepared letters. I took them to him to sign, right? He signed. I convened a meeting with the three companies. I handed them over the original letters, and I kept acknowledgement of receipt letter.
Sure, that's fine. Then I will then go to the other aspect, which is, or the theme, which relates to the cancellation of the tender. If I can take you to file 5. We can leave that as
File. Yes, I'm on the file.
Just as an introduction, it seems to be the case that that tender TMPD for security services of 2016-2017, up to date, well, it would have expired, but up to date, there's continuation of rendering of those services by those appointed or court-appointed service providers, meaning there's been no replacement tender. The attempt was TMPD 3, which was then later cancelled. Is that in line with the recollection?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, even though I'm 10 months out of active service, I'm
Yes.
aware that there is continuation by the court-appointed 22 entities.
Sure. Then if we go to page 2 of this file 5. Now, this relates to the evaluation of TMPD 3. And in that regard, you would have sat in the bid evaluation committee, correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
And you would have formed part of the recommendations or making recommendations to the BAC.
Yes.
And were you present in all the meetings?
I attended, I would say, all the meetings until meeting of the 28th. And on the 28th, just after I arrived in the meeting, something personal cropped up, and I excused myself from the meeting to attend to this personal issue. And since then, I didn't attend any of the meetings that followed up. I didn't attend any of the BEC meetings until I was caught up in a situation where I got suspended, and from that day, I don't know what has happened with the tender to to date. So there isn't much I can testify on from the 28th to date because I've not been able to attend to any meeting.
But you can confirm that there was a BEC meeting of the 29th?
The 29th.
Of May 2025?
I was not aware of that meeting.
Subsequently, have you become aware of it, that meeting or not?
I don't remember becoming aware of it, yes.
And I would then presume that in the recommendations, you wouldn't be aware of, you wouldn't have participated in those recommendations to the BAC.
Correct.
Just to be fair to you,
You are referring to TMPD 3?
TMPD 3.
Oh, thank you.
Just to be fair to you, there's a document, the probity report at page 2 of this file, which is the only page I'm referring to is page 5 of the file, and the summary of the findings of probity. And obviously, if you go down under findings, which is section B, it talks about the BC score sheets on the 29th of May. However, to be fair, as you say, you did not attend that meeting and you are not aware what has transpired since then, correct?
Correct, I'm not.
And it follows thereafter that there is a finding that they did not receive a score sheet from yourself in the evaluation meetings, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So you did not participate at all in the evaluation or scoring?
Exactly.
Mr. Skakane, maybe we should take Director Malachi to page 17, paragraph 55.4. And Director Malachi, just to be fair to you, we've established from the CFO that...
Sorry, Commissioner, it's paragraph?
17, paragraph 54.5.
Yes.
That the meeting was in fact on the 28th because the recommendation, if you look at 54.5, it says the signed minutes for the 28th of May 2025, where the committee was recommending the tender TMPD 3 for the appointment of a service provider were provided to us. And then based on the minutes provided, 3 members were recorded as present, and then it continues. So the issue here is there is no minutes of the 29th, and since the recommendation was made on the 28th, it seems likely that the scoring happened on the 28th and not the 29th. And on the 28th, you say you were there at the meeting.
I said I was there at the BEC.
At the BEC meeting.
But before the BEC could start with its business of the day, there was something personal, and then
You left?
Yes.
So you did not participate in the scoring or the recommendation?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think that would sum up the factual, other than the propositions, which I think won't assist much. But the factual
basically,
evidence
we are done.
We are done factually, yes, thank you.
Or rather, you are done.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Kakane. Thank you. Mr. Nkosi, about the re-examination, I think it cannot be today, and we are not able to postpone to a specific date because the chief evidence leader will have to be engaged with regard to scheduling. So we will postpone, and you must be put to terms as to filing something that indicates what you are going to re-examine on. We want to give you until 5 May 2026, just for an indication of what you will re-examine on.
That's noted, Commissioner, so we'll definitely get that before that time.
All right. You are so directed then.
Sorry, Commissioner?
I'm saying Director Malachi is so directed.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, even though, of course, you will comply with your assistance, yes. Director Malachi, for now until the date on which you will be examined by your legal representatives, you are excused. You will be advised of the date in due course. Is there anything else? Okay. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 on Monday.
Thank you.